Welcome, dear friends, to this peaceful moment at the close of the day. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. As you settle in for the night, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Cozy up and let the gentle narration take you away, inviting you to let go of your worries and embrace the tranquility of the moment. May this peaceful journey lead you to a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In the heart of the cozy forest glade, where sunbeams delicately wove patterns of light through the thick canopy of ancient oaks, the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to those who listened closely. The forest floor was a mosaic of wildflowers, their vivid hues a feast for the eyes, while the distant call of a cuckoo added an ethereal melody to the symphony of the woods. It was here that Willow, the young rabbit with fur as soft and pure as fresh cream, made her home. Her eyes, which sparkled with the vibrant curiosity of youth, often gazed upon the bustling life around her, seeking answers to questions that stirred within her soul. Willow's forest was a tapestry of change, painted anew each spring when the first wildflowers dared to unfurl their petals, standing bravely against the lingering chill of winter's retreat. The forest was alive with a hum of activity, as honeybees flitted from bloom to bloom, their industrious buzzing harmonizing with the gentle babble of a nearby brook. She watched with a mixture of awe and yearning as the plump caterpillars, with their slow, deliberate movements, wove themselves into chrysalises, only to emerge weeks later as butterflies of breathtaking beauty, their wings a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the sunlight. Nearby, the pond was a stage for another miraculous transformation, where tiny tadpoles sprouted legs, then leapt from the water's edge as jubilant frogs, their croaks a jubilant chorus celebrating new beginnings. Even the stoic trees participated, shedding their old brown coats to don vibrant green cloaks that rustled with life. Amidst these vivid transformations, Willow often found herself lost in thought. Her own changes felt elusive, hidden beneath the surface, intangible compared to the dramatic metamorphoses of her companions. She yearned for a moment of transformation, a moment when she too would blossom into someone new. These thoughts weighed heavily on her, a quiet restlessness that seemed to echo in the rustling leaves above. Her dear friend Leora, an ancient willow tree whose branches swayed with the wisdom of ages, noticed Willow's troubled gaze. Leora's voice was a gentle murmur, like a soft breeze carrying the scent of earth and rain. "Little one," she spoke, her words carrying the weight of understanding, "change comes in many forms. It isn't always as dramatic as a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Sometimes it's a quiet unfolding, like a bud opening petal by petal." Willow pondered Leora's words with the earnestness of someone searching for a deeper truth. Yet, despite the comfort they offered, uncertainty lingered in her heart. It wasn't until a warm summer evening, when the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the fireflies had just begun their twinkling dance, that Willow's journey took an unexpected turn. In the glade, where shadows and light played a perpetual game of hide-and-seek, she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen. He was slender and glowing, with wings like spun glass that caught the moonlight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the forest floor. His smile was mischievous, yet kind. "I'm Zephyr, a forest sprite," he announced with a flourish, bowing so deeply that his wings brushed the soft earth. "I've come to guide you on a magical journey of transformation." At first, Willow hesitated, her heart caught between wonder and skepticism, but Zephyr's infectious laughter, like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells, put her at ease. His presence was warm, a gentle reassurance that wrapped around her like a soft shawl. With a playful wink and an outstretched hand, he invited her to join him on a series of wondrous adventures, each one more magical than the last. Their first escapade saw them soaring over the forest on the back of a passing owl, the great bird's wings cutting through the night sky with a powerful grace. Below them, the forest stretched like a dark, undulating sea, dotted with the twinkling lights of distant cities that shimmered like stars fallen to earth. The wind rushed past, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of discovery. Another evening, they rode the gentle currents of a stream, the water cool and clear, reflecting the star-speckled sky above like a mirror. Willow marveled at the way the world seemed both vast and intimate. The boundaries between land and sky blurred into a seamless tapestry of wonder. And on a brilliant autumn day, when the air was crisp and the earth wore a patchwork quilt of red and gold leaves, they danced among the swirling foliage, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the breeze. One afternoon, Zephyr led Willow to the heart of an ancient meadow, where the tall grasses swayed like ocean waves, their golden tips brushing against the azure sky. They sat together in the warm embrace of the afternoon sun, and Zephyr began to share stories of the forest's past, tales of ancient creatures and forgotten legends that had shaped the world around them. Willow listened, enraptured by the history woven into every leaf and stone, her appreciation for her home deepening with each tale. With each new experience, Willow felt a profound shift take root within her. The worries that had once clung to her like shadows began to melt away, replaced by a deep sense of joy and wonder. Her heart felt lighter, her spirit more expansive, as if she were a bird learning to spread its wings for the first time. She came to appreciate the beauty of her own journey, discovering that growth wasn't always about becoming someone new, but rather embracing who she already was. Her friend Oakley, a wise old oak tree with bark like the wrinkles of an ancient map, noticed the change in Willow's demeanor. "You seem lighter, little one," he remarked one day, his voice a deep rumble that resonated through the glade, "as if a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders." Willow smiled, a serene light in her eyes. "I've learned that growth isn't always about becoming someone new," she explained, her voice carrying the certainty of newfound wisdom. "It's about embracing who you already are and finding the courage to spread your wings and soar." From that day on, Willow approached each new season with open arms, eager to experience the simple yet profound transformations that life had to offer. She still marveled at the butterflies and frogs, but she also celebrated the subtle shifts within herself, the way her perspective broadened, her gratitude deepened, and her spirit expanded to embrace all the wonders of the world. One day, as the golden hues of autumn surrendered to the chill of winter, Zephyr guided Willow to a forgotten corner of the forest, a place where time seemed to stand still. Here the air was crisp and carried a hint of frost, and the ground was littered with delicate, frost-kissed leaves that crunched pleasantly underfoot. In this secluded spot, an ancient stone circle stood, its weathered faces etched with the stories of countless seasons. "This is the circle of reflection," Zephyr explained, his voice a gentle echo in the quiet grove. "It's a place to pause and ponder the path you've walked and the journey yet to come." Willow sat in the center of the circle, the stones cool and grounding beneath her. As she closed her eyes, memories of her adventures with Zephyr flowed through her mind like a gentle stream. The owl's powerful wings, the playful dance of autumn leaves, the serene reflection of the sky upon the water, all these experiences were woven into the fabric of her being, each thread contributing to the tapestry of her life. In that moment of reflection, Willow realized that her journey was not about grand transformations or dramatic reveals. It was about the gentle unfolding of her true self, a process as natural and beautiful as the changing seasons. The wisdom she sought was already within her, waiting to be discovered in the quiet moments of stillness and reflection. Whenever a flicker of doubt threatened to dim her light, Zephyr the sprite would appear with a warm smile and a gentle reminder. "The greatest magic, dear Willow, lies not in changing who you are, but in uncovering the radiant beauty that was within you all along." As the seasons changed, Willow's understanding of her home deepened. She discovered a hidden grove of bluebells that bloomed only under the light of the full moon, their petals shimmering with a silvery glow. She spent a night there, bathed in the moon's gentle embrace, feeling connected to every living thing around her. The experience filled her with a profound sense of peace and belonging, further solidifying her bond with the glade. Willow also began to notice the small acts of kindness that wove the fabric of the forest community together. She observed the way the elder trees sheltered the younger saplings from harsh winds, and how the birds shared their songs, creating a tapestry of sound that celebrated life. Inspired, she started to contribute in her own way, helping to gather fallen leaves for the hedgehog's nests and sharing stories with the younger rabbits, passing on the wisdom she had learned. Her journeys with Zephyr continued, each one revealing another layer of the forest's magic and her own inherent strength. They discovered an underground river that sparkled with bioluminescent algae, casting a soft glow that lit their path in an enchanting dance of green and blue. The sight was mesmerizing, and Willow realized that light could be found even in the most unexpected places, a lesson that resonated deeply within her. In a particularly poignant encounter, Willow and Zephyr stumbled upon a lone fox cub, her fur matted and eyes filled with fear. It was then that Willow's nurturing instincts came to the fore. She gently coaxed the cub to a safer part of the forest, her touch soft and reassuring. As the cub settled into a nest of leaves, Willow felt a warmth spread through her, a realization that she too could be a source of change and comfort. And so, in the heart of the cozy forest glade, Willow continued her journey, a testament to the quiet power of transformation and the enduring beauty of embracing one's true self. As the seasons turned and the forest sang its eternal song, Willow found her place in the world, a place not defined by dramatic changes, but by the quiet, steady evolution of her heart and spirit. Each new day was a chapter in her story, one she wrote with courage, kindness, and an unfaltering belief in the beauty of her own unfolding. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, lay the quaint village of Willowbend. Its cottages were snug and round, with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed gentle clouds of smoke into the twilight sky. Lanterns, glowing with a soft golden light, lined the cobblestone paths, leading villagers safely home as evening deepened. The village was enveloped in a symphony of crickets serenading the night, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breezy whispers of the woods. Over the past few days, something curious had been happening in Willowbend. Every morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, the villagers awoke to find their gardens rearranged in the most peculiar ways. Rows of carrots were now spirals, sunflowers had exchanged places with marigolds, and the ivy had woven itself into intricate braids along the fences. It was as if a playful breeze had danced through the night, leaving whimsy in its wake. The villagers, accustomed to the gentle rhythms of rural life, found themselves both bemused and enchanted by these nightly transformations. Among the villagers was young Finn, a gentle-hearted boy with eyes the color of the sky just before a storm. Finn had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook. His days were often spent exploring the edges of the whispering woods, where shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, creating a dappled tapestry on the forest floor. As he wandered through the village, he listened to the soft whispers of the woods, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of birds that always seemed to follow him. He was particularly fascinated by the way nature's patterns seemed to speak to him, a silent language that only he could hear. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across velvet, Finn sat beneath the old oak tree at the edge of the village. He pondered the mystery of the rearranged gardens. Why would someone do such a thing? He mused aloud. And how can I find out who's behind it? As if in answer, a gentle breeze stirred the branches above, and a small, shimmering creature with wings as delicate as spun sugar appeared. It was Thistle, the guardian sprite of the whispering woods. Her presence was like a soft glow in the twilight, filling the air with a sense of warmth and wonder. Her eyes, the color of dew-kissed violets, met Finn's with a knowing smile. "Greetings, Finn," Thistle chimed in a voice that sounded like a gentle chime. "I see you are curious about the nightly garden antics." Finn smiled, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, Thistle. Do you know what might be causing it?" Thistle fluttered closer, her wings casting a soft light upon the ground. "There is indeed a mystery afoot, and it involves a rather mischievous but well-meaning creature, a garden gnome named Whimsy." "A garden gnome?" Finn repeated, intrigued. He had heard tales of gnomes, but had never met one. "Why would Whimsy rearrange the gardens?" Thistle giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Whimsy has a fondness for patterns and puzzles. He means no harm, but his love for rearranging things sometimes gets the better of him. He believes his designs bring joy and harmony." Finn nodded slowly. "I see, but the villagers are confused by his changes. How can we help Whimsy understand?" Thistle's eyes twinkled. Perhaps if Whimsy sees how his actions affect others, he will understand. But first, you must find him. He hides during the day, but at night, he cannot resist the gardens. That night, Finn decided to stay awake and watch over his own garden. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the village. As the hour grew late, Finn's eyes grew heavy, but he kept his vigil, determined to meet the mysterious gnome. The air was crisp, and the scent of blooming jasmine wrapped around him like a comforting shawl. Just as the clock struck midnight, Finn heard a soft rustling among the flowers. He peered into the shadows and saw a small figure, no taller than a rabbit, with a pointy hat and a beard that appeared to be woven from the finest moss. It was Whimsy, the garden gnome, busily rearranging the marigolds into a spiral. "Hello, Whimsy," Finn called softly, not wanting to startle him. Whimsy paused, his eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, hello there, young one," he replied in a voice as earthy as the soil. "I didn't mean to disturb your garden. I just thought it could use a bit of flair." Finn smiled gently. "Your designs are beautiful, Whimsy, but they have puzzled the villagers. They don't understand why their gardens are changing." Whimsy scratched his beard thoughtfully. "I never meant to confuse. I just wanted to share the beauty I see in my mind." Finn nodded. "Perhaps if you work with us, we can create something beautiful together, something everyone can enjoy." Whimsy's eyes twinkled with newfound excitement. "I would like that very much." In the following days, Finn and Whimsy embarked on a journey of creativity and collaboration. They discovered that Whimsy's love for patterns stemmed from a deep connection to the natural world, an appreciation for the hidden symmetries and rhythms of life. Finn shared stories of the villagers and their customs, while Whimsy, in turn, taught Finn about the ancient lore of the forest and the magical creatures that dwelled within. One particular afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the village, Whimsy invited Finn to a special spot in the woods. It was a hidden glade, where the earth was soft and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. "This is where I find my inspiration," Whimsy explained, gesturing to the intricate patterns the sunlight made as it danced through the leaves above. Finn marveled at the serene beauty of the glade, feeling a deeper understanding for Whimsy's artistry. "It's like the forest is alive with its own kind of magic," Finn remarked. "Exactly." Whimsy smiled, his eyes twinkling. "The world is full of stories waiting to be told through the patterns we create." Encouraged by their shared experiences, Finn suggested they host a gathering in the glade, inviting the villagers to see the harmony between nature and art that Whimsy cherished. Together, they crafted an invitation made from woven leaves and wildflowers, which Thistle helped to distribute throughout the village. On the day of the gathering, the villagers arrived with curiosity and anticipation. As they entered the glade, they were greeted by the sight of a breathtaking tapestry of flowers and stones, arranged in intricate designs that mirrored the dance of light and shadow. Whimsy's patterns seemed to sing in harmony with the natural surroundings, captivating everyone who beheld them. The villagers, inspired by the beauty of the glade, began to share their own creative ideas, suggesting ways to incorporate their traditions and stories into the designs. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they worked together, weaving their community spirit into every pattern. Under the gentle guidance of Thistle, Finn and Whimsy began to work together. They spent the coming nights turning the village gardens into works of art that combined Whimsy's intricate designs with the villagers' own ideas. Spirals of flowers and pathways of colorful stones wove harmoniously through the gardens, delighting all who saw them. The villagers of Willowbend were enchanted by the transformation, and they welcomed Whimsy as a friend. They learned that sometimes a little bit of whimsy and collaboration could create something truly magical. Together, they organized a festival to celebrate the newfound harmony, stringing lanterns from tree to tree and filling the air with music and laughter. As the festival drew to a close, Finn stood on the periphery, observing the joyful gathering. He felt a deep contentment, knowing he had played a part in bringing the village together. It was then that he realized his own internal journey, a leap from curiosity to understanding, from observer to participant in the magic of life. Later, as the sky darkened to a deep indigo, Finn and Whimsy found themselves at the edge of the woods once more. Finn turned to his small friend and said, "Thank you, Whimsy, for showing me the beauty in both art and community." Whimsy chuckled warmly, "And thank you, Finn, for teaching me the importance of sharing my world with others. Together, we've created something beautiful." As the days turned into weeks, the village flourished with vibrant colors and joyous laughter. And every now and then, when the moon was full and the night was still, Finn could see Whimsy's silhouette dancing among the flowers, bringing a touch of magic to the gardens he had come to love. And so, the mystery of the rearranged gardens was solved, not through confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. The village of Willowbend became a place where magic and community existed hand in hand, embraced by the gentle whispers of the woods. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit at peace, Finn returned to his bed each night, the lullaby of the forest lulling him into a deep, contented sleep, knowing that all was well in his little corner of the world. As the seasons passed, Finn continued to grow, his heart and mind enriched by the experiences shared with Whimsy and the villagers. He found himself more attuned to the subtle changes in the woods, noticing the shift in the chorus of crickets as autumn approached, the way the leaves turned to gold, and the scent of earth after the rain. Each observation was like a note in a symphony, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. On one particularly crisp autumn morning, Finn awoke to find the ground covered in a delicate frost, the village gardens glistening like fields of diamonds. It was then that he realized the true gift Whimsy had given him, a deeper appreciation for the beauty in life's fleeting moments, the art in nature's ever-changing canvas. With this newfound understanding, Finn embarked on a new project, inspired by Whimsy's creativity and the villagers' collaborative spirit. He began crafting a book, a collection of tales and patterns that told the story of Willowbend and its magical transformation. Each page was adorned with illustrations of the gardens, the glade, and the creatures of the woods, capturing the essence of the village's journey. As he worked, Finn felt a profound sense of purpose, knowing that his book would preserve the magic of Willowbend for future generations. It would serve as a reminder of the power of unity, creativity, and the simple joys found in nature's embrace. And so the story of Finn and Whimsy became a cherished part of Willowbend's legacy, a testament to the beauty of friendship and the magic that lies in seeing the world through new eyes. With each turn of the page, readers would be transported to the heart of the whispering woods, where lanterns glowed softly, gardens bloomed with vibrant life, and the whispers of the woods sang a timeless lullaby. Story 3. Under a sky dusted with silver stars, nestled within a serene valley, there lay a village named Elderglen. It was a place where stories whispered through the rustling leaves, and the gentle streams sang lullabies to the moon. The villagers lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by gardens that bloomed in a riot of colors, the air always sweet with the scent of lavender and rosemary. The village was a tapestry of life, woven with threads of tradition and the vibrant essence of its people. In this village, there resided a young boy named Finn. With eyes the color of autumn leaves and a smile that could brighten the gloomiest day, Finn was known for his insatiable curiosity and boundless imagination. He lived with his grandmother, Marin, who was revered as the village's wise woman. Marin's cottage was a treasure trove of oddities and wonders, filled with ancient books, dried herbs, and curious artifacts that Finn was forbidden to touch. "One day, my dear," Marin would chuckle, her eyes twinkling like two mischievous stars, "all these will tell their stories to you. But for now, let them rest." Despite Marin's warnings, Finn's curiosity often led him to the edge of the forbidden. One chilly evening, as the wind hummed through the eaves and the fire crackled in the hearth, Finn noticed something peculiar. Nestled among the dusty tomes and potion bottles was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to pulse with a faint, golden light, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls. Unable to resist, Finn tiptoed closer, his heart beating with a mix of fear and excitement. He reached out and gently lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather, unlike any he had seen before. It glowed softly, emitting a warmth that spread through his fingers and up his arm, filling him with a sense of calm and wonder. As Finn held the feather, he felt the world around him shift. The walls of the cottage seemed to melt away, replaced by a landscape bathed in twilight. He found himself standing at the edge of an ancient forest, its trees towering like guardians of secrets untold. The air was filled with the scent of earth and pine, and a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it a melody that spoke of adventures yet to come. "Welcome, young Finn," a gentle voice echoed through the trees. Startled, Finn turned to see a magnificent creature stepping from the shadows. It was a griffin, its majestic wings folded neatly against its sides, eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. Its feathers shimmered with hues of gold and silver, and its gaze held a kindness that instantly put Finn at ease. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I am Orin," the griffin replied, bowing its head slightly in greeting. "Guardian of the enchanted glade. You have been chosen, Finn, for a journey of great importance." Finn's mind raced with questions, but Orin continued before he could speak. "The feather you hold is a key to the hidden world within our realm. It is a world that needs your help. A shadow has fallen upon it, and only you can restore the balance." Though Finn felt a flicker of fear at the unknown, a stronger sense of purpose surged within him. He nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "I will help. What must I do?" Orin smiled, a warm, reassuring gesture. "You must find the 3 lost relics of the enchanted glade, the crystal of clarity, the tapestry of time, and the lantern of hope. Each is hidden in a different part of this world, guarded by trials that test your courage, wisdom, and heart." With a flap of its mighty wings, Orin lifted into the air, beckoning Finn to follow. As Finn stepped forward, the feather in his hand glowed brighter, and he felt a surge of energy course through him, lifting him gently off the ground. Together they soared over the forest, the wind beneath them singing an anthem of freedom and adventure. Their first destination was the Valley of Echoes, a place where the past and present intertwined in a symphony of sound. As they landed, Finn was struck by the beauty around him. The valley was a kaleidoscope of colors, with flowers in every imaginable hue swaying in harmony with the gentle breeze. In the center stood a crystalline structure, its facets catching the light and scattering rainbows across the landscape. "This is where the crystal of clarity resides," Orin explained. "But be wary, for it is guarded by the echoes of doubt." As Finn approached the crystal, he heard voices rising around him, whispers of worry and uncertainty. They spoke of failures and fears, of paths not taken and dreams unfulfilled. Finn hesitated, doubt creeping into his heart as the voices grew louder, drowning out his resolve. But then he remembered the warmth of Marin's embrace, the stories she told of heroes who triumphed against all odds. He closed his eyes, focusing on the love and wisdom she had imparted. Slowly, the voices began to fade, replaced by a single, clear note of truth. It resonated within him, a reminder that he was not alone, that his heart held the courage to see him through. With renewed determination, Finn reached out and touched the crystal of clarity. It pulsed with light, and he felt a wave of understanding wash over him. The crystal lifted from its pedestal and nestled itself into the feather, merging with it to form a radiant gem. "Well done, Finn," Orin praised, his voice filled with pride. "You have passed the first trial." Their journey continued to the Cavern of Whispers, where the tapestry of time was hidden. The cavern was a labyrinth of tunnels, each one echoing with the murmurs of history. As they entered, Finn marveled at the walls, adorned with intricate murals depicting the stories of those who had come before. "The tapestry of time lies at the heart of the cavern," Orin said, "but beware, for the whispers will try to lead you astray." Finn ventured deeper into the maze, the whispers growing louder with each step. They spoke of paths untaken, of futures uncertain, weaving threads of confusion into his mind. The tunnels twisted and turned, each one a mirror of the last, and Finn felt the weight of time pressing down on him. In the midst of the chaos, he paused, closing his eyes to center himself. He thought of the lessons Marin had taught him, of the strength found in knowing oneself. He listened, not to the whispers of doubt, but to the steady rhythm of his own heart, the one true guide through the labyrinth. With clarity restored, Finn navigated the maze, each step guided by the quiet certainty within. At last he reached the heart of the cavern, where the tapestry of time hung, its threads shimmering with the colors of the cosmos. Finn touched it gently, feeling the fabric of time woven into his very being. The tapestry melded into the gem, adding a new layer of brilliance. "Your insight and wisdom have served you well," Orin commended as they emerged from the cavern, the tapestry now part of the radiant feather. Their final destination was the Isle of Lanterns, a place of endless night where the lantern of hope was said to burn with an eternal flame. As they approached, the darkness enveloped them, a velvet shroud that seemed impenetrable. Hope shines brightest in the darkest of times, Orin reminded Finn as they landed on the isle, but the shadows will try to snuff it out. Finn stepped forward, guided only by the glow of the feather. The darkness pressed in, a tangible force that whispered of despair and surrender. It sought to extinguish the light within him, to leave him lost in the void. Yet Finn held on to the memory of Merrin's stories, of the heroes who never gave up, no matter how dire the situation. He allowed the warmth of hope to fill him, a beacon that shone through the darkness. With each step, the shadows retreated, and the glow of the feather grew stronger. At the heart of the isle, Finn found the lantern of hope, its flame flickering with a light that was both fragile and fierce. He reached out, and the flame leapt to the feather, merging with the gem to complete its transformation. "You have succeeded, Finn," Orin declared, his voice resonating with joy. "The relics are united, and the balance is restored." As the feather shimmered in Finn's hand, the hidden world around them began to change. The darkness lifted, replaced by a radiant dawn that bathed the land in golden light. The trees whispered their gratitude, and the air was filled with the song of the renewed world. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, not just from the feather, but from the knowledge that he had made a difference. He turned to Orin, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you for guiding me," Finn said, his voice filled with sincerity. "It is you who have shown the way, Finn," Orin replied, bowing his head in respect. "Your courage, wisdom, and hope have illuminated the path for others to follow." As they prepared to return to Elderglen, Orin paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "There is one final gift I must share with you," he said. "Beyond the relics and the light you've restored, there is the gift of understanding the true connection between all things." With a gentle nod, Orin led Finn to a tranquil glade, where the air seemed to hum with life itself. "Close your eyes, Finn, and listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Finn did as he was told, the ambient sounds of the forest blending into a harmonious symphony. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath him, the rhythm of the river nearby, and the gentle rustle of leaves. In that moment, Finn grasped the interconnectedness of all things, the villagers, the forest, the hidden world, and even the stars above. This newfound understanding brought a profound sense of peace. It was as if he could feel the very essence of life, a web of stories and experiences woven together into a grand tapestry. He realized that each action, each choice, created ripples that touched the lives of others, like the gentle rings spreading out from a pebble thrown into a pond. When Finn opened his eyes, he found Orin watching him with a knowing smile. "You see now, don't you? The world is full of stories, each one a thread in the fabric of life." Finn and Orin's connection deepened as they spent one last night in the enchanted glade. They shared stories of their worlds, with Orin recounting the ancient histories of the enchanted glade, and Finn sharing tales of Elderglen and Merrin's wisdom. Under the canopy of stars, they found a shared understanding that transcended words. Meanwhile, back in Elderglen, Merrin sensed the shift in the air. She knew Finn had embarked on a journey that would change him forever. The villagers gathered around her, curious about Finn's absence and the subtle, mysterious energy that seemed to embrace the village. Merrin, with a serene smile, began sharing tales of Finn's adventures, weaving them into the fabric of their village lore. The stories told of bravery, wisdom, and the enduring light of hope, capturing the imaginations of all who listened. The villagers, inspired by Finn's journey, began to see their own lives through the lens of possibility, embracing the magic that lay within their hearts. With the journey complete, Finn and Orin returned to Elderglen, the feather now a part of Finn's heart. As they landed, the villagers gathered, sensing the change in the air, the promise of new beginnings. Merrin stood at the edge of the crowd, her eyes shining with pride and love. Finn ran to her, wrapping her in a hug that spoke of all the words he could not say. "You've done well, my dear," Maren whispered, her voice a soothing balm. "The stories will carry your name now, a beacon for those who seek the light." As the village celebrated the return of their hero, Finn felt a sense of peace settle within him. He had embarked on a journey that had changed him, not just in the eyes of others, but in his own heart. He had discovered the strength within, the ability to see beyond the shadows and find the light. And so, under the stars that had witnessed his journey, Finn drifted into a restful sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures, of worlds yet to explore and stories yet to be told. The feather, now a part of him, pulsed gently with the rhythm of his heart, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope would always find a way to shine through. As the night deepened, the gentle lull of the village wrapped around him like a warm blanket, the crackling fire whispering tales of courage and friendship. And in the quiet of the night, the stars twinkled down like old friends, watching over the village of Elderglen and its brave young hero, Finn, who had discovered that the greatest magic of all was the light found within. In the days that followed, Finn found himself drawn to the stories of others, eager to share the wisdom he had gained. He became a bridge between the world of the enchanted glade and Elderglen, his tales inspiring young and old alike to seek out their own adventures and to listen to the stories whispered by the world around them. One evening, as the village gathered around the fire, Finn shared the story of his journey, each word painting a vivid picture of courage, hope, and the interconnected nature of all things. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with pride for the boy they had watched grow into a young man. As the fire crackled and the stars began their nightly dance, Finn's voice carried through the night, a beacon of light and hope that would guide the village of Elderglen for generations to come. The stories became a legacy, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always a light to be found, a story waiting to be told. And so, Elderglen prospered, a village where stories were cherished, where the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the streams carried the promise of adventure and the wisdom of ages. And in the heart of it all was Finn, the boy who had discovered the greatest magic of all, the light within his own heart. Yet, the adventures were far from over. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Finn received an unexpected visitor. A messenger from a distant village arrived, carrying a scroll sealed with an unfamiliar crest. The scroll spoke of a sister village, hidden beyond the mountains, suffering under a mysterious blight that threatened their very existence. The appeal for help was clear, and Finn felt the familiar stirrings of purpose within him. He knew his journey was not just a tale to be told, but an ongoing story, a call to action. With Maren's blessing and the feather's gentle glow as his guide, Finn prepared to venture beyond Elderglen once more, ready to face the unknown and to bring light where darkness threatened to prevail. As he set out, the villagers gathered to send him off, their faith in him unwavering. Maren's parting words echoed in his heart, a reminder of the boundless courage and hope that resided within him. And as Finn embarked on this new chapter of his journey, he carried with him the stories of Elderglen, a beacon of light that would illuminate the path for others, wherever his adventures might lead. Story 4. Whispers of the Everwood, an extended tale. In the heart of a gentle valley, where the sky curved down to kiss the treetops, lay the village of Briar Glen. This was a place where the sun lingered just a bit longer, casting its golden warmth over cobbled streets and thatched roofs. Here neighbors exchanged smiles as easily as they did greetings, and the sweet scent of lavender and honey seemed to float perpetually in the air, mingling with the distant melody of a babbling brook that wound its way through the village. The village was a tapestry of life, woven with the colors of everyday moments and the people who lived them. Children played in the open meadows, their laughter a bubbling stream of joy. In the marketplace, merchants called out their wares, their voices mingling with the clatter of horse-drawn carts on cobblestones. The air was alive with the scent of fresh bread and the tang of ripe apples, grounding the village in a comforting familiarity. Nestled on the edge of this quaint village was the Everwood, a forest so ancient that even the oldest of the elders could not recall a time when it did not stand. It was said that the Everwood was a place where magic breathed through the leaves, and where whispers traveled on the wind, carrying tales of wonder to those who listened closely. The forest's canopy was a tapestry of emerald and jade, dappling the ground below with shadows that danced like playful spirits. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, as if they held the very essence of the forest itself. Leora was known for her kind heart and her penchant for adventure, a trait that often led her to explore the less trodden paths of the Everwood. Her laughter was a bright, ringing sound that echoed through the trees, as much a part of the forest as the rustling leaves or the chatter of squirrels. Leora's days were filled with the simple joys of village life, but her heart always yearned for the mysteries of the Everwood. Her grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched into the lines of her face, often spoke of the forest's magic. The Everwood, she would say, her voice a gentle murmur, holds secrets that are as old as time itself. It listens to the hearts of those who wander its paths. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was wrapped in a quilt of amber and gold, Leora set off towards the Everwood. Her feet danced over the fallen leaves, the crunching underfoot echoing like a melody in the quiet air. Today she carried with her a small woven basket, intending to gather the ripe berries that dotted the forest's edge, their sweet tart aroma a siren call to her senses. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the light softened, filtering through the branches in dappled patches. Leora hummed a tune as she picked the berries, her fingers stained with their rich, red juice. It was then she noticed something peculiar, a glimmer out of the corner of her eye, like sunlight catching on glass. Curiosity piqued, Leora ventured towards the source of the shimmer. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lay a small, intricately carved box. It was made of a wood unlike any Leora had seen before, dark and smooth, yet warm to the touch. Delicate vines and leaves were etched into its surface, and at its center a single gleaming emerald was set, pulsating with a soft, inner light. Leora's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had heard tales of magical artifacts hidden within the Everwood, treasures that bestowed wondrous abilities upon their finders. Gently, she lifted the box and felt a comforting warmth spread through her fingers. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a small, shimmering key resting inside. It was an exquisite thing, its metal twisted and turned in elegant spirals, and at its head, another tiny emerald glowed softly. Leora's breath caught in her throat as she held the key, sensing its power. As she stood there, the wind stirred, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to rise from the very heart of the forest. "Seek the hidden world," it murmured, "where the light meets the shadow, and the path will be revealed." Leora felt a flutter of excitement. The stories she grew up with spoke of a hidden world within the Everwood, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. Clutching the key tightly, she set off deeper into the forest, guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the usual chorus of birds and insects falling silent as if they, too, awaited what was to come. Leora moved with purpose, her steps light and sure. She followed the whispers on the wind, letting them guide her through the maze of trees. As she walked, the forest began to change. The air grew thicker, filled with a sense of anticipation. The light took on an otherworldly hue, casting everything in a soft, ethereal glow. Leora's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the forest, each step bringing her closer to her destination. Finally, she reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead to create a natural cathedral. At the center stood a stone archway, entwined with vines and flowers that shimmered with an inner light. It was here that the whispers converged, their voices merging into a gentle chorus. Leora took a deep breath and approached the archway. She could feel the magic humming in the air, a tangible force that danced across her skin. Carefully, she inserted the key into a small, almost invisible keyhole in the arch's base. The key turned with a satisfying click, and the archway began to shimmer, the air within it rippling like the surface of a pond. With a steadying breath, Leora stepped through the archway and into the hidden world. The transformation was immediate. She found herself in a realm that was both familiar and fantastical. The trees here were taller, their leaves a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to shift and change with every glance. The air was filled with the scent of blossoms and fresh earth, and the light was soft and golden, as if the sun had chosen this place as its eternal resting ground. Leora's eyes widened in wonder as she took in her surroundings. Everywhere she looked, magic thrummed beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. She wandered through the hidden world, her heart full of joy and awe. As she explored, she came across creatures she had only ever dreamed of. Tiny, luminescent fairies flitting among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, gentle deer with coats that shimmered like moonlight, and wise owls whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. But it was the sound of music that drew her further into the heart of the hidden world. It was a melody both haunting and beautiful, weaving through the air like a silken thread. Leora followed it, her feet moving of their own accord, until she reached a clearing where a small group of creatures had gathered. There, in the center of the gathering, was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, its fur a rich, fiery red that seemed to glow with an inner light. Its eyes were a deep, knowing green, and as it played a delicate harp, the music flowed from its nimble paws, enchanting all who listened. The fox paused, its gaze meeting Leora's, and she felt a connection spark between them, like a bridge forming between two distant shores. The music ceased, and the clearing fell silent as the fox approached her, its movements graceful and fluid. "You have found the key," the fox said, its voice a soft melody, "and so you have been granted passage to our world." Leora nodded, her voice caught in her throat, both from the beauty of the place and the surprise of meeting a talking fox. It's wondrous," she finally managed to say. The fox smiled, a gentle, understanding expression. "The hidden world reveals itself to those with pure hearts and curious spirits. But remember, with this gift comes responsibility." Leora listened intently, sensing the importance of the fox's words. "What must I do?" "The key you hold is not just a key," the fox explained. "It is a symbol of the bond between our world and yours. As its guardian, it is your duty to protect the balance. The magic of our realm must remain a secret, for it is fragile and can be easily disrupted." Leora nodded, understanding the weight of the trust that had been placed upon her. She looked around at the beauty of the hidden world, knowing she would do everything in her power to preserve it. In the days that followed, Leora discovered more than just the wonders of the hidden world. She learned the delicate art of weaving spells with the fairies, whose laughter could light up even the darkest corners of the forest. She watched the deer dance beneath moonlit skies, their movements a silent symphony that spoke of freedom and grace. The owls became her mentors, sharing secrets of the stars and the stories etched in the constellations. Through these visits, Leora grew in wisdom and understanding. She learned that magic was not just a force to be wielded, but a gift to be cherished and respected. She carried the lessons of the hidden world back to Briar Glen, where she shared them in subtle ways, helping her village to flourish in harmony with nature. One afternoon, as she sat by the brook that bordered the village, her mind drifted to the tales of old. The village elder, a man wise beyond his years, had once told stories of the Everwood's previous guardians. Leora realized she was now part of a lineage, a tapestry of souls chosen to protect this magical bond. This realization brought a profound sense of duty, but also a deep-seated peace. And so the seasons turned, and Leora's heart remained forever entwined with the magic of the Everwood. She guarded the key with love and care, ensuring that the hidden world remained a sanctuary of wonder and peace. The villagers often wondered about the sparkle in Leora's eyes and the serenity she carried with her. They marveled at how the village seemed to thrive under her gentle influence, the crops growing bountifully, and the flowers blooming with vibrant colors. In time, Leora became a wise woman of the village, her understanding of the natural world unmatched. Her stories of the Everwood were cherished by young and old alike, though she kept the true magic she had witnessed close to her heart, a secret shared only with those who could hear the whispers on the wind. Years later, as Leora grew older and her hair turned silver like the moonlight, she still wandered the Everwood, the key always safe within her heart. She had become a part of the forest, her spirit intertwined with its ancient magic. One quiet evening, as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, casting long shadows across the land, Leora felt a familiar presence beside her. The fox, now a little grayer around the muzzle but still as vibrant as ever, sat quietly by her side. "You have done well, Leora," the fox said softly, its voice still as melodic as she remembered. "The balance remains, and the hidden world thrives because of your care." Leora smiled, her heart full of gratitude and love. "It is I who am grateful," she replied, "for the gift of this world and the wisdom it has imparted." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with affection. "The magic of the Everwood will always be with you, as long as you carry it in your heart." As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that her journey had come full circle, and her heart was content. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Everwood, Leora remained, her spirit forever a part of the magical realm she had discovered so long ago. The whispers of the forest sang her story to the wind, ensuring that the magic would endure in the hearts of those who listened and believed. In Briar Glen, her legend lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom, of friendship and harmony, a reminder that magic truly exists, not just in hidden worlds, but in the simple beauty of life itself. And as long as there were those willing to listen, the whispers of the Everwood would continue to enchant and inspire, weaving their magic into the fabric of the world. Yet the story did not end there. Leora's legacy endured through her tales, shared with the village's children who sat at her feet, their eyes wide with wonder. Among them was a boy named Alden, whose heart brimmed with the same curiosity and kindness that Leora had once possessed. He often watched her with admiration, dreaming of his own adventures in the Everwood. One day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Alden found Leora by the brook. Her eyes, though older, still sparkled like the dew-drenched leaves at dawn. "Tell me, Leora," Alden asked, his voice a whisper so as not to break the tranquility, "do you ever wish to return to the hidden world?" Leora chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "The hidden world lives in all of us, Alden," she replied, her gaze distant yet full of warmth. "It's in the stories we tell, the acts of kindness we show, and the love we share. Magic is not confined to a place. It's a way of seeing the world." Alden pondered her words, his heart filling with a new understanding. He realized that the Everwood's magic was not just in its wonders, but in the way it transformed those who ventured into its depths. It was a gentle reminder that every act of wonder, every story shared, was a thread in the tapestry of magic that bound the world together. From that day forward, Alden carried Leora's wisdom with him, sharing her tales and the lessons he'd learned. The village of Briar Glen continued to thrive, its heart beating in harmony with the Everwood. And though Leora's journeys into the hidden world had ended, her spirit remained ever present, a guiding light for those who dared to dream and believe in the magic of the world around them. As the years passed, Alden grew into a young man with a heart as open and adventurous as Leora's had been. He often wandered the paths of the Everwood, accompanied by the whispers of the forest and the gentle guidance of Leora's stories. One day, while exploring the familiar trails, he stumbled upon something extraordinary, a young sapling, unlike any tree he had ever seen, growing at the heart of the forest. The sapling's leaves shimmered with an ethereal light, casting a soft glow around it. Alden knelt beside it, his heart filled with a sense of awe and responsibility. It was as if the Everwood had chosen him to continue Leora's legacy, to nurture and protect the magic of the hidden world. With each passing season, Alden cared for the sapling, ensuring it grew strong and healthy. It became a symbol of the enduring bond between the village and the Everwood, a testament to the power of belief and the magic that thrived in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And so, the whispers of the Everwood endured, a timeless melody woven into the fabric of life, ensuring that the magic would never fade but continue to inspire, enchant, and transform all who listened with open hearts and curious minds. As Alden watched the sapling grow into a mighty tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like outstretched arms, he felt a deep connection to the world around him. He realized that the Everwood was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity that thrived on the stories and dreams of those who believed in its magic. One serene twilight, as the forest bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun, Alden heard a familiar rustling among the leaves. Turning, he saw the fox, its eyes still as wise and knowing as the day Leora first met it. The fox approached, its presence a comforting reminder of Leora and the legacy she had passed on. "You have cared well for our world, Alden," the fox said, its voice a harmonious blend of music and wind. "The sapling you nurtured has become a beacon of hope and magic, a testament to the power of belief and love." Alden felt a warmth spread through his chest, a deep sense of fulfillment and gratitude. "I've learned that magic is not just in the wonders we see, but in the stories we share and the dreams we pursue," he replied, his voice steady and sincere. The fox nodded, its gaze filled with pride and affection. "You understand the true essence of the Everwood, Alden. Its magic lives on through you, through all who choose to see the world with wonder and curiosity." As the stars emerged, twinkling like scattered diamonds across the night sky, Alden and the fox sat in comfortable silence, the unspoken bond between them a testament to the enduring magic of the Everwood. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl, a melody that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. And so the story of Leora and Alden, of the village of Briar Glen and the Everwood, continued to be told. It was a tale of wonder and discovery, of the beauty of the natural world and the magic that resided within every heart that dared to dream. In the quiet corners of Briar Glen, children would gather, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to the tales of the Everwood, their imaginations ignited by the stories of Leora and Alden. The village thrived, a vibrant tapestry of life and magic, its heart forever intertwined with the ancient forest that watched over it. Through the passing of time, the Everwood remained a sanctuary of magic and mystery, its whispers a timeless song that echoed through the ages, ensuring that the magic would endure in the hearts and minds of those who believed in its enchanting promise. Story 5. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and gentle streams that whispered secrets to the breeze, there was a little antique shop known as the Timeless Nook. The shop exuded a charm that was both nostalgic and comforting. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of old books mingled with traces of lavender, creating an atmosphere that felt like a warm embrace. Sunlight filtered softly through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the worn wooden floor, whispering stories of the past to anyone who cared to listen. Each item was a tapestry of memories, a thread woven from forgotten times, waiting patiently for the right soul to unravel its tale. One crisp autumn morning, with golden leaves swirling in a brisk breeze outside, a young girl named Clara entered the shop. Clara, with her auburn hair glowing like embers and eyes as curious as a squirrel's, was a dreamer at heart. Her mind was a whirl of fantasies and adventures, each day presenting a new quest. The Timeless Nook was her sanctuary, a haven where the mundane world paused, allowing her imagination to soar amidst relics from distant lands and eras long past. As she meandered through the aisles, her fingers lightly caressing the polished surfaces of forgotten treasures, something peculiar caught her eye. Tucked away on a high shelf was an unusual glass orb, no bigger than an apple. It shimmered with an iridescent glow, akin to a bubble caught in sunlight. Intrigued, Clara carefully lifted it down, holding it to the light. The orb felt warm against her skin, as if it held a heartbeat of its own, and the colors within danced like the northern lights. As she gazed into the depths of the orb, Clara felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. The orb seemed to hum softly, a melody only she could hear. Suddenly, the shop around her faded, and she found herself in a lush, verdant forest, the air fragrant with pine and earth. The transition was seamless, like stepping into a dream, the forest alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. Before her stood an elderly fox with a coat of silvery fur and wise, twinkling eyes. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox greeted, his voice as smooth as honey. "I am Renard, the guardian of the enchanted grove." His presence was both majestic and comforting, like a grandfather she had always known but never met. Clara blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "How did I get here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Renard chuckled softly, the sound akin to the crackling of leaves underfoot. "The orb you hold is a portal to our world," he explained. "It reveals itself only to those with the purest of hearts." His words were a balm, easing the initial shock and filling Clara with a sense of belonging. Clara felt a warm glow of pride at his words. "But why am I here?" she inquired, her tone a mix of wonder and determination. "There is a task that requires your kindness and courage," Renard replied. "The heart of the enchanted grove, the ancient oak of whispers, has fallen silent. Without its guidance, we fear the balance of our realm may be disrupted." Clara nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly, her innate desire to aid others shining through her youthful innocence. Renard gestured for her to follow, leading her deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees that whispered secrets to the wind, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. A gentle breeze caressed Clara's cheeks, carrying with it the scent of earth and mystery. Along the way, Clara met other inhabitants of the grove, a pair of playful rabbits, Thistle and Bramble, who bounced along beside her, their fluffy tails bobbing with each hop, and a wise old owl named Athene, who flew silently above, her wings barely making a sound. Each creature seemed to possess a story of its own, eyes glinting with the wisdom of the forest. "What happened to the Oak of Whispers?" Clara asked as they walked, her curiosity piqued by the serene yet palpable tension in the air. "It has lost its voice due to a misunderstanding," Athene hooted, her large eyes blinking slowly. "A misunderstanding that only a heart as gentle as yours can mend." Her voice was a soft echo in the silence, resonating with a timeless knowledge that added weight to her words. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Renard spoke of the enchanted grove's history, of its role as a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds. Long ago, this grove was a place where differences were celebrated, not feared, he reminisced, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Curious, Clara asked, "What changed?" "A loss of understanding," Renard replied thoughtfully. "Over time, fear crept in, and the unity that once bound us began to fray." As they neared the clearing where the majestic Oak of Whispers stood, Clara noticed something peculiar. A gentle stream wound its way through the grove, its waters shimmering under the dappled sunlight. The stream seemed to sing a quiet lullaby, a testament to the ancient magic that flowed through the land. Clara paused for a moment, kneeling by the water's edge. She cupped her hands, allowing the cool water to trickle through her fingers, feeling an inexplicable connection to the life force of the grove. Finally, they reached the clearing where the majestic Oak of Whispers stood. Its branches reached skyward like open arms, yet its leaves were still and silent. Clara approached the grand tree, feeling its ancient presence envelop her in a gentle embrace. The tree's bark was rough and gnarled, a testament to centuries of endurance, and Clara felt an inexplicable connection to its silent strength. "How do I help?" she asked softly, placing a hand on the rough bark. Her touch was tentative, yet filled with an earnest sincerity that seemed to speak directly to the tree's soul. Renard stepped forward, his voice low and soothing. "Listen closely, Clara. The oak has lost its voice because it feels unheard. It needs someone to truly listen, to understand its silence." Clara closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. She listened not just with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, she began to hear a faint whisper, a soft murmur that seemed to come from the very roots of the tree. "It's telling me a story," Clara murmured, her voice filled with wonder, "of a time when the forest was young and harmony reigned among all creatures." The tale wove images in her mind, of lush meadows and vibrant skies, of creatures living in perfect symphony. As she listened, the whispers grew stronger, weaving tales of friendship and unity, of storms weathered and seasons past. Clara shared these stories with Renard, Athene, Thistle, and Bramble, her voice a gentle lullaby that filled the clearing. With each word, the forest seemed to lean in, absorbing the tales that had long been forgotten. Little by little, the Oak of Whispers began to regain its strength. Its leaves rustled softly, a melody of gratitude and renewal. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its balance restored. A sense of tranquility settled over the grove, as if the very earth had exhaled a breath it had been holding for ages. "You have done it, Clara," Renard said, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You have helped the oak find its voice once more." His words were a gentle affirmation, wrapping around Clara like a warm blanket. Clara smiled, her heart swelling with a deep sense of fulfillment. "I only listened," she replied modestly, her humility a testament to the purity of her spirit. "And that is the greatest gift of all," Athene hooted, her feathers ruffling in approval. Her eyes, wise and knowing, met Clara's, and in that moment an unspoken bond was forged between them. With the task complete, the forest began to fade, and Clara found herself back in the timeless nook, the glass orb still warm in her hands. It now glowed with a soft, steady light, a reminder of the magical world she had helped heal. The orb was more than a mere object now. It was a symbol of her journey and the friendships she had formed. As Clara left the shop, the crisp autumn air filled her lungs, and she felt a newfound sense of wonder and connection to the world around her. She knew that even in the quiet moments, there was magic waiting to be discovered, if only one took the time to listen. The village of Willowbrook, once familiar and ordinary, now seemed to shimmer with possibilities. And so, with a heart full of stories and a spirit alight with adventure, Clara walked home, the leaves crunching softly beneath her feet, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and gold, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky above. Her journey had only just begun, each step a promise of the tales yet to unfold, and the mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Later that evening, as she sat by her bedroom window, Clara pondered the day's events. The glass orb rested beside her, its gentle glow casting a soft light that danced on the walls. She realized that the magic of the Enchanted Grove was not just in the stories she had heard, but in the connections she had made, the understanding she had gained. Determined to honor the bond she had formed with the forest and its inhabitants, Clara began to write. Her pen flowed across the pages of her journal, capturing the essence of the Enchanted Grove and the lessons it had imparted. As she wrote, she felt a profound sense of purpose, knowing that the stories she shared could inspire others to listen, to understand, and to find the magic in their own lives. One evening, as Clara's pen moved gracefully across the page, she paused, recalling a particular story the oak had shared, a tale of a young sapling that had grown stronger through the support of its neighboring trees. It was a story of community, of strength found in unity, and in that moment, Clara understood the true heart of the Enchanted Grove. Inspired, she resolved to bring this lesson to her own world. Clara envisioned creating a place in Willowbrook where stories and dreams could thrive, where the village's children could gather to share their own tales. She proposed the idea to the village elders, suggesting a storytelling festival that would rekindle the bonds of the community. The elders, enchanted by her passion, agreed, and plans were set in motion. The day of the festival arrived, the village square transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds. Children, adults, and even the elderly gathered, the air filled with laughter and the scent of homemade treats. Clara, standing at the heart of the gathering, began to tell the stories of the Enchanted Grove. Her words painted vivid pictures of the forest and its inhabitants, captivating her audience. As the festival unfolded, Clara witnessed the magic she had experienced in the grove taking root in her own village. Neighbors who had once been strangers shared laughter and stories, their hearts opening to the enchantment of connection. The festival became an annual tradition, a cherished celebration of unity and understanding. And so, as the years passed, Clara's legacy lived on, her tales of the Enchanted Grove woven into the fabric of Willowbrook's history. The timeless nook continued to draw dreamers and adventurers, each discovering their own stories within its enchanted walls. As for Clara, she knew that the magic of the grove had found a new home, not just in the village, but in every heart willing to listen. However, Clara's story did not end there. As she grew older, her curiosity about the world beyond Willowbrook only intensified. She would often sit by the fireplace on cold winter nights, the orange flames crackling merrily, pondering the vastness of the universe. She found herself yearning to explore not just the hidden corners of her village, but the places beyond the horizon. One day, driven by an insatiable wanderlust, Clara decided to travel. She left Willowbrook, armed with her journal and the glass orb, which had become her talisman. Her journeys took her to bustling cities where the air was thick with the scent of spices and the clamor of countless voices. She traversed sun-kissed deserts where the winds whispered ancient secrets and crossed towering mountains that touched the sky. In every place she visited, Clara sought out the stories that lay beneath the surface. She listened to the tales of old men in quiet cafes, learned the songs of nomads under starlit skies, and danced to the rhythms of distant lands. Each experience enriched her spirit, deepening her understanding of the world's tapestry. Through her travels, Clara realized that the magic of the Enchanted Grove was not confined to one place. It existed in the unity of diverse cultures, in the shared laughter of strangers, and in the collective dreams of humanity. Her heart swelled with the realization that she was part of something much larger, a single thread in the grand tapestry of existence. Years later, when Clara returned to Willowbrook, she was no longer the young dreamer who had first stepped into the timeless nook. She had become a storyteller, a weaver of tales that bridged worlds and connected hearts. Her return was marked by a grand celebration, a festival that drew people from far and wide to hear her stories. As she stood before the gathered crowd, Clara held the glass orb aloft, its light shimmering like a beacon. Her voice rang out, resonating with the wisdom of her journeys and the love she had found in every corner of the globe. In that moment, the boundaries between the real and the imagined blurred, and the world seemed to hold its breath, captivated by the magic of her words. Clara's stories became a legacy, passed down through generations, inspiring countless others to seek the magic in their own lives. And so, the village of Willowbrook, once a quiet hamlet nestled among hills and streams, became a place of wonder and possibility, its heart forever touched by the girl who dared to listen. With the stars as her witnesses and the moon as her muse, Clara's journey continued, her spirit forever intertwined with the stories of the Enchanted Grove and the whispers of the ancient oak. She knew that somewhere in the village of Willowbrook, someone else might find their own timeless nook, their own magical journey, simply by daring to listen. 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a tapestry of winding cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, where the scent of blooming lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. This village, though small, was known for its lush surroundings and the mysterious legends whispered among its inhabitants. Lyra, with her chestnut hair and eyes the color of the summer sky, was adored by everyone in the village. She had a gentle heart and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the towering trees that bordered her home. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Lyra would sit by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, listening to the stories her grandmother told of magical lands and enchanted objects. One such tale spoke of the Whispering Woods, a hidden world said to exist within the depths of the forest. It was said that only those pure of heart could find it, guided by the gentle hum of the ancient trees that held secrets of old. In this hidden realm, a magical object, known as the Heartstone, lay waiting. The Heartstone was a gem of unparalleled beauty, rumored to possess the ability to grant the deepest desires of those who held it. As Lyra listened, her imagination painted vivid pictures of the Whispering Woods and the Heartstone. She could almost hear the soft rustle of leaves and feel the cool breeze that carried the scent of pine and adventure. Her heart yearned to discover this hidden world, to see the Heartstone and perhaps even hold it in her hands. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves began to fall and the air turned brisk, Lyra decided to embark on a journey to find the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with essentials, bread, cheese, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old map, which was rumored to hold clues to the forest's secrets. With a heart full of hope and anticipation, she set off into the woods, the sun casting a warm glow on her path. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. As Lyra walked deeper into the forest, she marveled at the towering trees, their bark rough to the touch, and the vibrant carpet of moss that cushioned her steps. After hours of wandering, she arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody so soft that it seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. Lyra closed her eyes and listened, the music wrapping around her like a warm embrace. It was then that she realized she had found the entrance to the Whispering Woods. With newfound determination, she followed the sound, her feet guiding her through a series of winding paths and hidden trails. The forest around her seemed to change, the trees becoming more vibrant, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Lyra felt a sense of wonder and awe, as if she had stepped into a world where magic danced in every shadow and breeze. Eventually, she arrived at a glade where a crystal-clear pond lay nestled among the trees. In the center of the pond, on a small island, sat a stone pedestal, and upon it rested the Heartstone. It was more beautiful than she had imagined, a gem of brilliant blue that seemed to pulse with a light of its own. As she gazed upon it, Lyra felt a deep longing in her heart, a desire not for riches or power, but for understanding and connection with the world around her. But the Heartstone was not unguarded. From the shadows emerged a creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. The fox approached Lyra, its movements graceful and serene. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodious. "I am the guardian of the Heartstone. Only those with a pure heart and noble intentions may touch it. What is it that you seek?" Lyra hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. "I seek to understand the world and my place within it," she replied earnestly. "I wish to learn from the forest and its magic, to cherish its beauty and protect its secrets." The fox regarded her with a thoughtful gaze, its eyes searching her soul. "Your heart is indeed pure, and your intentions noble," it said finally. "But the Heartstone grants more than just desires. It reveals truths and challenges the heart to grow. Are you prepared for what you might discover?" Lyra nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I am ready." With a nod, the fox stepped aside, allowing Lyra to approach the pedestal. As she reached out and touched the Heartstone, a surge of warmth spread through her fingers, and visions danced before her eyes. She saw the village in which she lived, its people content and thriving. She saw the forest, vibrant and alive, its secrets woven into the tapestry of life. And she saw herself, growing and learning, her heart open to the wonders of the world. The Heartstone's magic flowed through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. She understood now that the journey was not just about finding the Heartstone, but about discovering herself and the beauty of the world around her. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and gentle whispers, had become a part of her, and she a part of it. As the visions faded, Lyra felt a deep sense of gratitude and fulfillment. The Heartstone had shown her the path of understanding and harmony, a path she was eager to walk. She turned to the fox, her heart full of joy and appreciation. "Thank you," she said softly. "I will cherish this gift and honor the forest and its secrets." The fox nodded, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "Go forth, Lyra, and let your heart guide you. Remember, the world is full of magic and wonder, waiting to be discovered by those who seek it with an open heart." With a final glance at the Heartstone, Lyra left the glade, her steps light and her spirit renewed. The journey had changed her, not through the granting of wishes, but through the gift of understanding and connection. As she made her way back to the village, she carried with her the lessons of the forest and the promise of new adventures. And so Lyra's story became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder of the magic that lay within the heart and the world, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And as the village settled into the embrace of night, the gentle light of the Heartstone flickered in the depths of the forest, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a world where the lines between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. She possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to shape her dreams into wondrous adventures. Each night, as she drifted off to sleep, Willow's mind would unlock a hidden realm, a secret world nestled within the embrace of nature itself. It was on one such night that Willow found herself standing before an ancient willow tree, its gnarled branches swaying gently in an unseen breeze. As she reached out to touch the bark, a faint glow emanated from within, beckoning her closer. Curiosity piqued, Willow stepped through the hollowed trunk, and her world shifted. She emerged into a magical forest, where every leaf seemed to shimmer with life, and the air danced with the whispers of unseen creatures. Willow gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with awe. This was no ordinary dream. It felt real, tangible, and alive. As she wandered deeper into the enchanted woods, Willow encountered a peculiar sight. A group of tiny beings, no taller than her hand, flitting among the ferns and mushrooms. They were the forest sprites, guardians of this hidden realm, and they regarded Willow with a mixture of caution and curiosity. One particularly daring sprite, with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled like starlight, approached Willow. "Welcome, child of dreams," she said, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "We have been expecting you." Willow blinked, unsure of how to respond. "Expecting me? But how is this possible? I'm just dreaming, aren't I?" The sprite chuckled, a melodious sound that filled the air. "Oh, this is no mere dream, little one. This is the realm of whispers, a world that exists within the heart of nature itself. And you, my dear, have been blessed with the gift of walking between worlds." Willow's eyes widened further, her mind struggling to comprehend the sprite's words. A world within nature? Walking between realms? It seemed too fantastical to be true, and yet the evidence was all around her. The sprite, sensing Willow's confusion, offered a reassuring smile. "Come, let me introduce you to our home. There is much to learn, and your journey has only just begun." And so began Willow's extraordinary adventure in the realm of whispers. Under the guidance of the sprites, she learned the secrets of this hidden world, how to communicate with the trees and animals, and how to harness the magic that flowed through every living thing. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Willow's bond with the forest sprites deepened, and a friendship unlike any other blossomed. They shared stories, laughter, and the simple joys of living in harmony with nature. However, not all was peaceful in the realm of whispers. A dark force, fueled by human greed and disregard for the natural world, had begun to cast its shadow over the once vibrant realm. The trees withered, the streams ran dry, and the very essence of life seemed to be fading. It was during one of their gatherings that the eldest sprite, her eyes heavy with sorrow, revealed the truth. "The balance has been disrupted, my friends," she said, her voice trembling. "The human world has forgotten its connection to nature, and their actions threaten to unravel the very fabric of our existence." Willow felt a pang of guilt, for she knew that her own kind played a role in this tragedy. But she also felt a newfound determination to set things right, to protect the realm of whispers and all its wonders. With the guidance of the sprites, Willow embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery behind the dark force and restore the natural balance. Her journey took her to the farthest reaches of the realm, where she encountered creatures both wondrous and terrifying, each with its own role to play in the intricate tapestry of life. Along the way, Willow discovered ancient truths hidden within the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She learned that the human world and the realm of whispers were inextricably linked, and that only by mending the rift between them could the darkness be vanquished. Armed with this knowledge, Willow set out on a daring mission to bridge the gap between the two worlds and awaken the human spirit to the beauty and importance of nature. It was a task fraught with challenges, but her unwavering friendship with the sprites and her newfound understanding of the natural world gave her the strength to persevere. Through a series of remarkable events, Willow found herself speaking to those who would listen, sharing the wonders of the realm of whispers and the urgent need to protect it. Her words, imbued with the magic of the forest, touched the hearts of many, sparking a renewed appreciation for the natural world. Slowly but surely, the darkness began to recede, and the realm of whispers regained its vibrant hues. The trees stood tall once more, their leaves rustling with the songs of life, and the streams danced merrily over their rocky beds. As Willow stood amid the rejuvenated realm, surrounded by her sprite friends, she felt a profound sense of joy and fulfillment. Her journey had not only saved the realm of whispers, but had also transformed her own understanding of her place in the world. The eldest sprite approached Willow, her eyes shining with pride. "You have done what few humans have accomplished, child of dreams," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "You have bridged the divide between our worlds and awakened the hearts of your kind to the beauty and fragility of nature." Willow smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "It was only possible because of you, my friends," she replied, embracing the sprite. "You showed me the true wonder of this realm and the importance of protecting it." From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the realm of whispers, her dreams serving as a gateway between the two worlds. She shared her knowledge and experiences with others, inspiring them to cherish and protect the natural world that sustained them. And in the depths of the enchanted forest, the sprites continued their vigil, watching over the realm with renewed hope and joy. Their bond with Willow a testament to the power of friendship and the indomitable spirit of nature. For in the realm of whispers, where dreams and reality intertwined, the magic of life eternal thrived, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the forces of wonder and wisdom would prevail. Story 8. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderglen apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lyra was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lyra held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lyra. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lyra stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lyra marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lyra discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Woods' eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderglen thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the Whispering Woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. Story 9. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and fields of wildflowers, there stood an unassuming little shop known as the Tinker's Trove. Its windows were dusted with age, and its door creaked melodiously every time a curious visitor entered. Inside, the shelves were crowded with peculiar items that seemed to whisper tales of times long past. The shop was owned by a gentle soul named Mr. Thistle, a kind-hearted tinker with twinkling eyes and a penchant for finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. His silver hair was always slightly disheveled, and his hands bore the marks of a life spent crafting and repairing. His shop was a haven for those who delighted in the curious and the magical. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced on the breeze, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Tinker's Trove. Clara was known throughout Meadowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her unwavering kindness. Her eyes, wide and bright, took in the wonders of the shop with awe. "Good morning, Clara," Mr. Thistle greeted warmly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my trove today?" Clara smiled, her cheeks rosy with the chill of the morning. "Good morning, Mr. Thistle. I was hoping to find something special, something that holds a secret." Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, his laughter like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Ah, secrets are the best treasures of all, aren't they? Let's see what we can find." As they wandered through the shop, Clara's gaze was drawn to a small, unremarkable-looking teapot sitting on a high shelf. It was made of simple earthenware, its surface adorned with delicate, faded flowers. "What's this?" Clara asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Mr. Thistle's eyes twinkled with a knowing sparkle. "Ah, that teapot has quite the tale to tell. It once belonged to a wise old healer who lived in the forest. They say it holds a magic that reveals itself to those with a kind heart." Intrigued, Clara carefully lifted the teapot from the shelf. As she cradled it in her hands, she felt a warmth emanating from within, like the gentle embrace of a loved one. "Perhaps it is meant for you, my dear," Mr. Thistle suggested, his smile as warm as the teapot's glow. Clara decided to take the teapot home, her heart fluttering with anticipation. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, she prepared a cup of tea. As she poured the steaming liquid from the teapot, she noticed something extraordinary. The steam swirled into the air, forming delicate shapes and patterns, like an ethereal dance. Fascinated, Clara watched as the steam began to tell a story of a land far beyond Meadowbrook, where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers sang melodies of old. The teapot revealed the tale of a hidden grove where a magical flower bloomed, its petals said to hold the wisdom of the ages. Determined to find the grove and the flower, Clara set out on a journey, guided by the teapot's gentle whispers. Her path led her through enchanted forests where the trees seemed to lean in to listen, their leaves rustling softly. She crossed babbling brooks where fish leapt joyfully, their scales glistening like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Along her journey, Clara met several kind-hearted creatures who offered their assistance. There was Finn the fox, his fur a fiery blaze, who guided her through the dense underbrush with agility and grace. Then there was Lila the owl, her feathers soft and downy, who shared her wisdom and knowledge of the forest's secrets. Each companion brought their own unique gifts, and together they formed a bond of friendship that warmed Clara's heart. As they neared the grove, Clara faced a challenge, a riddle posed by the guardian of the grove, a wise old turtle named Sage. His eyes were deep and knowing, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. To enter the grove, you must answer this. What is the secret that makes us stronger, though it cannot be seen nor touched? Clara pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in concentration. Finn and Lila watched her with encouraging eyes, their presence a comforting reminder of the friendships she had forged. After a moment, Clara's expression brightened with understanding. It's love, she answered softly, her voice filled with certainty. Love makes us stronger, even though it cannot be seen or touched. Sage nodded, a slow smile spreading across his ancient face. You are wise beyond your years, young one. The grove is yours to enter. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara stepped into the grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was fragrant with the scent of blossoms and the ground was carpeted in soft moss. In the center stood the magical flower, its petals shimmering with an otherworldly light. Clara approached the flower with reverence, and as she did, the teapot in her hands glowed warmly once more. The petals of the flower unfurled, releasing a gentle glow that enveloped Clara in a sense of peace and understanding. She felt the wisdom of the ages flow through her, a gentle reminder that love and kindness were the true magic of the world. With her heart full and her spirit renewed, Clara returned to Meadowbrook, the teapot a cherished reminder of her journey and the friends she had made. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, eager to hear the tales of her adventure. And so, the story of Clara and the magical teapot became a cherished tale in Meadowbrook, a reminder to all who heard it that the greatest treasures are found in the simplest of things, and that love and friendship are the most powerful magic of all. As the years passed, Clara grew older, her heart forever touched by the magic of the teapot and the wisdom of the flower. She often shared her story with the children of the village, her voice gentle and warm as she spoke by the flickering firelight. And as the children listened, their eyes wide with wonder, they too learned that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to the truth within our hearts. Story 11. In a small village nestled between gentle hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had eyes as bright as the morning sun and hair that danced like autumn leaves in the breeze. Clara was known for her insatiable curiosity, always asking questions about the world beyond the village. Her heart longed for adventure, yet her feet had never wandered far from the cobbled paths of her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara discovered a narrow, winding trail veiled by cascading ivy and vibrant wildflowers. It seemed to beckon her with the promise of secrets untold. The path was unfamiliar, yet it whispered her name with the soft rustle of leaves. Driven by curiosity and a flutter of excitement, Clara stepped onto the trail. As she ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of lavender and pine. The forest around her was alive with the sound of chirping crickets and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced along her path. Soon, Clara arrived at a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal an enchanting meadow. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it, a small, shimmering pond mirrored the sky, its surface dotted with delicate water lilies. As Clara approached, she noticed a gathering of whimsical creatures. There were rabbits with ears like silk, foxes with fur as soft as clouds, and even a family of hedgehogs whose quills glistened in the sunlight. They were not ordinary animals, but creatures touched by magic, each with a gentle twinkle in their eyes. "Welcome, dear traveler," spoke a voice as soft as a lullaby. Clara turned to see a small, wise owl perched on a low branch of the oak. Its feathers were a tapestry of silver and gold, and its eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom. "We are the guardians of the Meadow of Wonders, and you are the first to find us in many moons." Clara's heart swelled with wonder. "I've never seen anything so beautiful," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Beauty is found in the courage to seek the unknown," the owl replied, its voice soothing her like a gentle breeze. "But remember, the path to discovery is not always easy." With those words, Clara knew she was meant to explore further. As she turned to continue her journey, the creatures followed, their presence a comforting promise of friendship. As dusk settled over the meadow, Clara faced gentle challenges that tested her spirit. She helped a family of squirrels retrieve acorns scattered by a mischievous breeze, guided a lost fawn back to its mother, and even composed a melody with the songbirds, their notes weaving a tapestry of harmony. Through these trials, Clara discovered her inner strength, the courage to trust her instincts, the patience to find solutions, and the kindness to help others. Each challenge was a lesson, teaching her that bravery was not the absence of fear, but the resolve to move forward despite it. As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Clara knew her time in the Meadow of Wonders was drawing to a close. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, she turned to the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, her voice warm with sincerity. "Remember, dear Clara," the owl replied, "the world is vast and filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. Let your courage be your guide, and your heart will always lead you home." With those parting words, Clara retraced her steps along the winding trail, the creatures waving farewell with their gentle eyes. As she emerged from the forest and returned to the village, she carried with her a sense of peace and fulfillment. That night, as Clara lay in bed, the memories of her adventure swirled around her like a comforting blanket. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the creature's friendship and the wisdom of the meadow deep within her heart. And so, in the quiet of her room, with the soft glow of the moon spilling through the window, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber. She dreamt of new paths and endless possibilities, knowing that with courage and kindness, every journey could lead to a world of wonder. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a village nestled in a lush valley surrounded by towering mountains, there lived a young girl named Mina. The village was a place where the rhythm of life moved gently, with the seasons painting the landscape in vivid hues of green and gold. Mina was a spirited girl with a heart full of wonder and a mind as curious as a squirrel's. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and forests, her bare feet carrying her over the soft, mossy earth. Mina's favorite place was the edge of the Whispering Woods, a sprawling forest that stretched towards the horizon, its trees swaying like gentle giants sharing secrets with the wind. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was said to be inhabited by mystical creatures and hidden realms unseen by the human eye. Despite the stories, Mina felt drawn to its depths, sensing a world waiting to unfold beyond the veil of leaves. One day, while wandering through the woods, Mina stumbled upon something peculiar. Nestled between the roots of a grand oak tree, half buried in the earth, was a small, ornate box. Intrigued, she knelt down and brushed away the soil, revealing intricate carvings that danced across its surface. The box was light, as if it held nothing at all, yet it emitted a warmth that tingled against her skin. Unable to resist, Mina carefully opened the lid. Inside lay a delicate silver pendant, its surface shimmering like the surface of a moonlit pond. As her fingers closed around it, a soft whisper filled the air, like a breeze carrying the gentle hum of a distant melody. The pendant glowed softly, and Mina felt a strange sensation wash over her, as if the world around her had shifted slightly, revealing something wondrous just out of sight. As she stood, the trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers growing louder, forming words that danced at the edge of her understanding. "The pendant of echoes," they murmured, "a key to the hidden world, a bridge between realms." Mina's heart leapt with excitement. She could feel the pendant's gentle pulse, like a heartbeat in time with her own. Clutching it tightly, she set off deeper into the forest, her senses heightened, the world around her alive with possibility. The deeper she ventured, the more vibrant the woods became. Colors she had never seen before painted the leaves, and flowers bloomed in shades of blue and silver. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a heady perfume that wrapped around her like a soft embrace. She could hear the gentle rustle of unseen creatures, their presence a comforting reminder that she was not alone. As she walked, Mina felt a change within herself. The pendant seemed to whisper secrets to her, stories of the forest and its ancient magic. She found herself understanding the language of the trees, the songs of the birds, and the soft murmurs of the streams that crisscrossed the forest floor. The journey led her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a small pond gleamed like a jewel. The water was so clear she could see the smooth stones at the bottom, each one a different shade of green and blue. As she approached, a gentle voice echoed from the depths. "Welcome, Mina," the voice said, warm and soothing as a summer breeze. "I am Nereus, guardian of the hidden world. You have found the pendant of echoes, and with it, the path to our realm." Mina knelt by the pond, her heart filled with wonder. "I want to learn," she whispered. "I want to see the world beyond." "Then step forward," Nereus replied, "and let the waters reveal what you seek." Without hesitation, Mina dipped her hand into the water. The surface rippled and shimmered, and she felt herself being drawn into its depths, as if the pond was an endless sky into which she could soar. When the world settled again, Mina found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever imagined. The hidden world stretched before her, a landscape of vibrant colors and ethereal light. The trees were taller, their branches woven into intricate patterns that seemed to sing with the wind. Creatures of all shapes and sizes darted through the underbrush, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. Mina felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if she had come home to a place she had never known existed. The pendant around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her through this new world. As she explored, Mina met many wondrous beings. There was Icarus, a gentle creature with wings of gossamer light who danced through the air like a leaf on the wind. He showed her how to listen to the stories carried by the breeze, tales of bravery and friendship woven into the fabric of the forest. Then there was Leora, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered with every color of the rainbow. She perched on a branch high above, her eyes filled with ancient knowledge. Leora taught Mina to see the beauty in every moment, to understand that even the smallest creatures had a role to play in the grand tapestry of life. Days turned into weeks, and Mina's heart grew fuller with each passing moment. She learned the ways of the hidden world, discovering its secrets and marvels. Yet she knew she could not stay forever. There was a world beyond the forest, a village she called home. With a heavy heart, Mina returned to the pond where her journey had begun. Nereus awaited her, his voice a gentle caress. "You have seen much, Mina," he said. "And though you must leave, the hidden world is now a part of you. Remember its lessons, and let them guide you." Mina nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "I'll never forget," she promised. As she stepped into the water once more, the world around her faded, and she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods, the pendant cool against her skin. She gazed back at the forest, a smile playing on her lips. Mina returned to her village, her heart forever changed. She carried the wisdom of the hidden world within her, sharing its stories with those around her. The villagers listened, their eyes wide with wonder, and soon the tales of the forest spread far and wide. And so, Mina lived a life filled with magic and wonder, her spirit as bright and boundless as the hidden world she had come to love. And every now and then, when the wind whispered through the trees, she would smile, knowing that somewhere beyond the veil of leaves, the forest was waiting, its secrets safe in her heart. Story 13. In the gentle embrace of the evening, as a soft, golden light draped itself over the sleepy village of Willow, there lived a curious young wanderer named Finn. Finn had a heart as vast as the skies, and a mind always racing with dreams of distant lands waiting to be discovered. One particular afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, Finn decided to embark on an adventure into the surrounding whispering woods, a place where stories of magic and wonder were spun and shared by the elders around the village fires. The whispering woods were unlike any other woodland. As Finn stepped into its embrace, he was greeted by the gentle rustling of leaves, which sounded almost like a welcoming whisper. The trees stood tall and proud, their trunks wrapped in emerald moss and their branches stretching up as if trying to touch the sky. Little beams of sunlight danced through the canopy, creating playful patterns on the forest floor, which was carpeted with a thick layer of soft, fragrant pine needles. As he ventured deeper, the air around Finn filled with the scent of wildflowers and the crisp freshness of earth after a light rain. Here and there, clusters of mushrooms glowed faintly, casting an otherworldly luminescence in the shadows. Finn noticed how the forest seemed to breathe, alive and aware, with an energy that was both calming and invigorating. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in a gentle, silvery glow. In the center of this meadow, a shimmering pool lay nestled, its waters a mirror reflecting the sky. The pool was surrounded by delicate ferns and tiny flowers that seemed to nod in greeting as a soft breeze swept through. Suddenly, a giggle, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells, caught Finn's attention. He turned to see a small, whimsical creature perched on a low-hanging branch. It was no taller than a squirrel, with bright, inquisitive eyes and wings that sparkled like morning dew. This was a willow sprite, a guardian of the woods. "Hello there," chirped the sprite with a smile that could melt the coldest winter. "I am Leora. What brings you to our enchanted domain?" With a respectful bow, Finn replied, "Good evening, Leora. My heart is full of tales about the wonders here, and I wish to learn and see them for myself." Leora fluttered her wings, sending a cascade of shimmering dust into the air. "Curiosity is a noble trait," she said. "Come, I shall show you the wonders of the whispering woods." As they journeyed together, Finn was introduced to a world of marvels. He met the fiddlestick foxes, creatures with bushy tails and a knack for playing tunes with the reeds by the riverside. They danced around Finn in a whirl of joy, their music a merry symphony that echoed through the trees. Further along, Finn came across a grove where the leaves sang softly in the wind, each note a part of a lullaby known only to the forest. Here the ancient tree of echoes stood, its bark etched with the stories of time. Leaning close, Finn placed his ear against the trunk and heard the whispers of past adventurers, their tales carried through the ages. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Leora led Finn to the edge of the woods, where they found the moonlit glade. This was a place where dreams were spun into reality, and where the courage of explorers was woven into the fabric of the ether. Here, Finn was faced with a gentle challenge, a riddle posed by the wise, old owl of the glade. The owl's eyes were like pools of wisdom as it asked, "What is the bravest thing one can do, yet requires nothing but the gentlest of hearts?" Finn pondered deeply, feeling the collective breath of the forest around him, until he smiled and answered, "To step into the unknown with an open heart, ready to embrace whatever it may hold." The owl nodded, its feathers ruffling softly. "Indeed, young wanderer, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it with kindness." With the riddle answered, the owl of the glade gifted Finn a single feather from its wing, a token of his journey, a reminder that courage and kindness go hand in hand. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn knew it was time to return home. Bidding farewell to Leora and the magical creatures of the whispering woods, Finn made his way back to Willow. His heart was full, not just with the wonders he had seen, but with a newfound understanding of the courage that lay within him. As he stepped out of the woods, the village lights twinkled like stars in the distance, welcoming him home. Finn knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would remain with him always, a guiding light in his heart. With that comforting thought, he made his way back to his cozy little home, where the warmth of the hearth awaited him. And so, with the gentle crackling of the fireplace in the background, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the wonders yet to be discovered and the adventures that lay ahead. The Whispering Woods had whispered its secrets to him, and he knew that with courage and kindness, every new day would be an enchanting tale waiting to unfold. Story 14. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies to the moon, and the streams chuckled over smooth stones, there lay a quaint little village known as Evergrove. The village was nestled in an embrace of rolling hills, and watched over by gentle giants of ancient oaks that seemed to nod in approval of the village's peaceful existence. Evergrove was a place where magic whispered through the air like dandelion seeds on a summer breeze. The villagers went about their days with a quiet contentment, tending to chores and sharing stories over cups of steaming herbal tea. But recently, something peculiar had been stirring within the village, an enigma that puzzled the minds of all its gentle inhabitants. It began with the flowers. Evergrove was famous for its vibrant gardens, where blooms stood in proud rows like soldiers in a parade, each petal more vivid than the next. But one morning, the villagers awoke to find that the colors of the flowers had mysteriously faded to a ghostly white, as if a mischievous spirit had stolen their hues during the night. The villagers, though concerned, remained calm and gathered at the village square to discuss the mystery over baskets of warm, freshly baked bread. The baker, a kindly old woman with flour-dusted hands named Agnes, suggested they seek the wisdom of the village's most revered resident, the wise owl known as Professor Hoot. Professor Hoot lived in an ancient hollow of the oldest oak tree, his abode filled with scrolls and books, an archive of knowledge collected over centuries. As the villagers approached, the wise owl blinked his large, thoughtful eyes and welcomed them with a gentle hoot. "Ah, my dear friends," he said, his voice as smooth as velvet, "what brings you to my humble home on this fine day?" The villagers explained the curious case of the colorless flowers, and Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding as they spoke. After a moment of contemplation, he ruffled his feathers and offered his insight. "Such occurrences may be the work of the moonlit moths," he suggested, legendary creatures known for absorbing the colors of the night to weave their magical cocoons. The villagers exchanged glances, intrigued by this revelation. Professor Hoot continued, "These moths are rare and shy, only appearing when the moon is full and the night is still. They mean no harm, they simply borrow the colors for their slumber." Determined to solve the mystery, a small band of villagers, led by a curious young girl named Linnea, decided to stay awake that night. Linnea was known for her keen senses and gentle heart, always eager to help others. She was joined by her best friend Finn, a clever boy with a knack for puzzles, and Hazel, a thoughtful herbalist with a deep connection to nature. As the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, the trio prepared for their nocturnal adventure. They packed a basket with snacks, warm blankets, and a lantern to light their way. As the moon rose, casting a silvery glow over Evergrove, they set off into the gardens. The air was cool and crisp, and the night creatures serenaded them with a symphony of chirps and rustles. The trio found a cozy spot near the flower beds, spreading their blankets and settling in to watch and wait. Hours passed, and just as their eyes began to droop with sleepiness, Linnea nudged her companions awake. "Look," she whispered, pointing to the flower beds. There, amidst the moonlight, they saw them. Tiny, shimmering creatures flitting from flower to flower. The moonlit moths were as delicate as lace, their wings whisper-thin and iridescent, reflecting the moon's light in a dance of colors. The friends watched in awe as the moths gently alighted on the petals, absorbing their colors with a soft, magical glow. It was a sight both strange and beautiful, a secret of the night revealed before their very eyes. Just then, Hazel had an idea. "Perhaps we can share the colors with them," she suggested thoughtfully. "We could plant moonflowers, which bloom only at night and have colors that they can use without taking from the day." Finn nodded eagerly. And we can use my grandfather's kaleidoscope to create a pattern of lights that might guide them to the moonflowers. The plan was simple, yet ingenious, and the trio set to work the following day. With the villagers' help, they planted a new bed of moonflowers, their nocturnal blossoms glowing softly under the moonlight. Finn crafted a colorful lantern using his grandfather's kaleidoscope, positioning it to cast a rainbow of light over the moonflowers. That night, the villagers gathered once more in the gardens, their breaths held in anticipation. As the moon climbed high, the moonlit moths returned, drawn to the kaleidoscope's mesmerizing display. The moths danced among the moonflowers, their wings imbued with the flowers' gentle hues, leaving the daytime blossoms undisturbed. The villagers watched in delight, their hearts warmed by the harmony between the moths and the flowers. Linnea, Finn, and Hazel beamed with pride, their clever solution bringing balance back to Evergrove. As the villagers returned to their homes, they carried with them a newfound appreciation for the mysteries of their magical world. Under the watchful gaze of the wise Professor Hoot, Evergrove had not only solved a puzzle, but had learned that sometimes understanding and adaptation could turn enchantment into harmony. And so, with hearts full and eyes heavy with sleep, the villagers of Evergrove drifted into dreams, knowing that their world was a little brighter, a little more colorful, thanks to the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of a gentle night. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound their way through clusters of thatched roof cottages, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the gentle rhythm of village life, from chasing the sunbeams that danced through the morning mist to helping her grandmother in their cozy little bookshop, nestled between a bakery that always smelled of fresh bread and a flower shop bursting with color. The shop, aptly named Whispering Pages, was a treasure trove of stories, with shelves that reached the ceiling, filled with books that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. Every spine held a promise, every page a whisper of adventure. Lila loved the shop and the stories it housed, but she could never have imagined that one book in particular would lead her on a journey of discovery and wonder. One rainy afternoon, as the soft patter of raindrops played a gentle symphony on the rooftop, Lila was tidying the shop when she noticed a book she had never seen before. It was tucked away in a shadowy corner, bound in deep blue leather with golden filigree that shimmered like starlight. The title simply read, "The Enchanted Hourglass." Curiosity piqued, Lila carefully opened the book. To her surprise, a silvery hourglass fell onto her lap, its sand glistening like crushed moonbeams. As she examined it, an inscription revealed itself on the base. "Time is a river, and you hold its course." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila decided to take the hourglass home, where she might have the quiet to ponder its meaning. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and cast a warm glow over the living room, Lila sat with the hourglass in her hands. She turned it over, and to her astonishment, the world around her shimmered and seemed to pause. The flames froze mid-dance, and the ticking of the clock on the mantel fell silent. A gentle wind, like a whisper from another realm, brushed against her cheek, carrying with it the scent of lavender and pine. Lila realized that the hourglass had the power to stop time, but she also sensed it was not simply a toy for idle amusement. There was a purpose behind this gift, something she had to discover. And so, with a deep breath, she resolved to use the hourglass wisely, unlocking its secrets one grain of sand at a time. The next day, Lila confided in her best friend, Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a penchant for puzzles and a smile that could warm the coldest of days. Together, they decided to explore the village with the hourglass, seeking out those who might need a little extra time or a moment's pause to find clarity. Their first stop was old Mr. Whittle's garden. Known for his roses that bloomed in every shade of the sunset, Mr. Whittle was a beloved figure in Willowbrook. Recently, though, he had become too frail to tend to his beloved flowers. With a gentle turn of the hourglass, time stood still, and Lila and Oliver worked tirelessly, pruning and watering until the garden was as vibrant as Mr. Whittle remembered it. When time resumed, the old man was moved to tears, his heart filled with gratitude and renewed vigor. Encouraged by their success, Lila and Oliver visited many more villagers, each with their own needs and dreams. They helped young Emma conquer her fear of playing the violin in front of an audience, giving her time to find the courage she needed. They assisted the baker, Mr. Hargrove, whose oven had broken down just before the festival, ensuring that no loaf was left unbaked and no pastry unattended. As Lila used the hourglass, she discovered that its magic was not infinite. Each use seemed to diminish its glow, as if it were powered by something more than just time, perhaps, she mused, by kindness and purpose. And so she became more discerning, learning to focus on what truly mattered. One afternoon, as autumn leaves fluttered like golden butterflies in the crisp air, a stranger arrived in Willowbrook. Dressed in a cloak of midnight blue, with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages, she introduced herself as Seraphina, a traveler and collector of stories. Seraphina visited the bookshop, drawn to its charm and the whispers of tales yet untold. She spoke with Lila and Oliver, sharing stories from lands far beyond the horizon, tales of adventure and lessons learned. In return, Lila confided in her about the hourglass, seeking guidance on how best to use its remaining magic. Seraphina listened intently, her eyes soft with understanding. The hourglass, she explained, is a gift to teach you the value of time and the power of choice. It is not the stopping of moments that matters, but what you do within them. The real magic lies in your heart. With this newfound wisdom, Lila realized that the hourglass had been a guide, leading her to discover her own capacity for kindness and empathy. She understood that true magic was in the connections she made and the lives she touched. As the days grew shorter and winter's chill began to whisper through the village, Lila and Oliver decided to use the hourglass one last time. They gathered the villagers by the old oak tree at the center of Willowbrook, where they shared stories, laughter, and warmth. With a final turn of the hourglass, they paused the world, allowing everyone a moment to reflect on the beauty of togetherness. As the sand ran out, the hourglass glowed softly before fading, its purpose fulfilled. Lila held it close, grateful for the journey it had taken her on and the lessons it had imparted. In the years that followed, Lila and Oliver grew, their friendship deepening like the roots of the great oak tree. They carried with them the wisdom of the hourglass, cherishing each moment and the magic of the everyday. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where stories began and ended with the turning of pages and the rustling of leaves, Lila learned that the greatest gift of all was the ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find magic in the mundane, and to understand that every moment, no matter how fleeting, held its own kind of wonder. With the fireplace casting its warm embrace over her, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that she had discovered the true magic within herself, a magic that would last a lifetime. Story 16. In the heart of a vibrant and sprawling forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there existed a village known only to those who truly believed in the magic that whispered through the trees. This village was called Willow Haven, and it shimmered with an ethereal glow at dusk, as if the very stars had chosen to nestle among its branches. At the edge of Willow Haven, where the forest began to thicken and the shadows danced playfully in the moonlight, lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. She possessed a gentle spirit and a curious heart, always eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her home. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lila set out on an adventure she felt was waiting just for her. Her grandmother had often spoken of a hidden glade deep within the forest, a place untouched by time where ancient secrets and wonders lay dormant. Armed with nothing but her courage and a small lantern, Lila ventured into the embrace of the trees. The forest was alive with the symphony of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Lila took in the gentle aroma of the earth, the woody scent mingling with the cool breeze that caressed her cheeks. She followed a winding path that seemed to beckon her forward, its edges lined with glowing fungi that cast a soft, welcoming light. As Lila walked, she felt as though the forest itself was guiding her, each step drawing her closer to the heart of its enchantment. The trees whispered secrets in a language she could almost understand, their branches swaying in harmonious agreement. Finally, after what felt like both a moment and an eternity, she stumbled upon the hidden glade. The glade was a vision of untouched beauty. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver over a carpet of moss, so soft it seemed to invite her to sit and stay a while. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like wise old arms. There, nestled among its roots, was a small, intricately carved box, glinting mysteriously in the moonlight. Lila approached the box with reverence, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As she opened it, a gentle, golden glow spilled out, illuminating the glade with a warmth that chased away the chill of the night. Inside the box lay a delicate, shimmering necklace, its pendant shaped like a tiny, radiant star. The moment Leela touched the pendant, she felt a gentle pulse of warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm, as if the necklace was alive, sensing her presence. It was then she heard a soft, melodious voice, like a gentle breeze whispering through reeds. "Welcome, dear one," the voice said. "You have found the heart of the forest." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied, "and you, Leela, have been chosen to protect the magic that dwells here. This necklace holds the power to see the world as it truly is, to understand the language of nature and its creatures. But remember, with great power comes the responsibility to cherish and protect all that you see." Lila nodded, feeling the weight of the necklace settle around her neck like a soft, reassuring hug. She knew then that her life had changed in ways she could not yet fully comprehend. With the heart of the forest, she could bridge the gap between her world and the hidden wonders of nature. As the days turned into weeks, Lila learned to listen to the whispers of the forest. She befriended the creatures that called it home, from the shy deer that peeked through the underbrush to the wise owls that watched over the night. She discovered hidden streams that sang with the laughter of water sprites and groves where the oldest trees shared stories of times long past. One day, while exploring a part of the forest she had never seen before, Lila encountered a creature unlike any she had met. It was a fox, its fur a vivid red that shimmered like fire in the sunlight. But this was no ordinary fox. Its eyes glowed with an intelligence and warmth that spoke of wisdom beyond its years. "Greetings, Lila," the fox said, its voice as smooth as silk. "I am Fenwick, guardian of the hidden paths. I have been watching you, and I am here to help you on your journey." Lila smiled, feeling an instant kinship with Fenwick. "Thank you, Fenwick," she replied. "I have so much to learn, and I would be grateful for your guidance." Together, Lila and Fenwick explored the forest further, each day a new adventure. Fenwick taught her to read the signs in the wind, to understand the messages carried by the birds, and to find harmony in the natural balance of life. Under his tutelage, Lila's connection to the forest grew, and she felt a profound sense of belonging. But all was not peaceful in Willow Haven. A shadow had begun to creep into the forest, a subtle darkness that threatened the delicate balance of its magic. It was said that a mysterious figure had been seen wandering the woods, leaving a trail of withered plants and silence in their wake. The villagers were uneasy, and Lila could feel the forest's distress in the trembling of its leaves. Determined to protect her beloved home, Lila set out with Fenwick to discover the source of the darkness. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they ventured deeper into its heart, the familiar paths giving way to twisted roots and tangled vines. The air grew thick and heavy, and the once cheerful song of the forest was replaced by an eerie stillness. At last, they reached a clearing where the trees stood like silent sentinels around a dark figure cloaked in shadows. It was a sorcerer, his eyes gleaming with a cold, malevolent light. The sorcerer was searching for the heart of the forest, seeking to harness its power for his own selfish desires. Lila's heart raced, but she stood firm, the warmth of the necklace giving her courage. "You must leave this place," she called out, her voice steady and clear. "The forest's magic is not yours to take." The sorcerer laughed, a sound like ice splintering in the cold. "And who are you to challenge me, child?" he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "I am Lila," she replied, her voice unwavering, "and I am the guardian of this forest." With Fenwick by her side, Lila reached for the power within the heart of the forest. She felt it surge through her, filling her with a light so pure and bright that it chased away the shadows. The sorcerer recoiled, shielding his eyes from the radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true strength of the magic she had been entrusted with. It was not a power to be wielded for control, but a force of love and protection, a gift to be shared with the world. She reached out with her heart, inviting the forest to join her in pushing back the darkness. The trees responded, their branches swaying in unison as they lent their strength to Lila's cause. The ground trembled with the power of their unity, and the sorcerer, overwhelmed by the force of the forest's magic, let out a final, despairing cry before vanishing into the night. With the darkness banished, the forest breathed a sigh of relief. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their eyes bright with gratitude and joy. Lila and Fenwick stood together, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had protected their home and its wonders. As the sun rose over Willow Haven, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila knew that her journey was only just beginning. She had found her place among the magic of the forest, and with Fenwick by her side, she was ready to protect and cherish it for all her days. And so, in the heart of the vibrant forest where the air was perpetually sweet, Lila, the girl with the autumn hair and dewdrop eyes, became a legend whispered among the trees. Her story was one of courage and friendship, of a bond between a kind-hearted girl and the world she loved. It was a tale that reminded all who heard it of the beauty and magic that lay hidden in the world around them, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious spirits. And as the stars settled into their nightly dance above Willow Haven, the village nestled beneath their glow, secure in the warmth of the forest's gentle embrace, a place of wonder and enchantment for all who truly believed. Story 17. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone streets wound their way past cozy cottages and lush gardens, there lived a young girl named Lila. With eyes the color of a morning sky and hair that shimmered like spun gold, Lila was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. One misty morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently kissed the dew-kissed leaves, Lila ventured into the attic of her grandmother's old cottage. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and dust, and beams of light streamed through the tiny windows, casting playful patterns on the wooden floorboards. As Lila rummaged through trunks filled with forgotten treasures, her hand brushed against something smooth and cool, a peculiar, ornate mirror. The mirror was unlike any Lila had seen before. Its frame was adorned with intricate carvings of twining vines and delicate flowers, and when she looked into it, she saw not her own reflection, but a shimmering landscape that seemed to beckon her forward. Intrigued, Lila reached out, and as her fingers touched the glass, a soft warmth spread through her hand, and the room around her dissolved into a swirl of colors. When the world settled again, Lila found herself standing in a meadow bathed in golden light, the air filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. In the distance, a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, its melody mingling with the songs of birds perched among the trees. As Lila marveled at the beauty around her, a soft rustle drew her attention to a small, furry creature emerging from the underbrush. It was a fox, but not just any fox. This fox had fur of the deepest crimson and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young one," the fox said in a voice as smooth as honey. "I am Ember, guardian of the hidden glade. You have found the Mirror of Wonders, and with it, a world of secrets." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a whisper on the breeze. Ember flicked his tail, gesturing toward the landscape. "This is a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Here, objects hold stories and magic is woven into the very fabric of the land. But to navigate it, you must learn to see with more than just your eyes." Together, Lila and Ember set off on a journey through the enchanting realm. They wandered through forests where the trees whispered ancient tales, crossed fields where gentle giants tended to their flocks of cloud-like sheep, and climbed hills where the wind carried secrets from distant lands. With each step, Lila learned to listen to the quiet murmurs of the world around her, to see beauty in the smallest details, and to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Along their journey, they encountered other denizens of the realm, like Luna, a wise old owl with feathers speckled like the night sky, who taught Lila to trust in her intuition, and Nixie, a playful sprite who danced upon the water's surface, showing Lila the joy of living in the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Ember led Lila to the heart of the glade. There, on a pedestal of moss-covered stone, rested a single, glowing flower, the aurora bloom. "This is the source of the glade's magic," Ember explained. "But its light is fading, for it thrives on the harmony of the realm, which is now disturbed." Lila felt a pang of sadness at the thought of the fading magic. "How can we restore the harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Ember smiled gently. "The answer lies within you, young one. You must use the gifts you have discovered on our journey." With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and reached within herself, drawing upon the wisdom she had gained. She remembered the stories whispered by the trees, the joy of Nixie's dance, and the quiet strength in Luna's gaze. As she focused on these memories, a soft, warm light began to emanate from her heart, spreading through the glade in a gentle wave. The aurora bloom responded, its glow brightening and pulsing with newfound energy. The air shimmered with a golden light, and a feeling of peace and balance settled over the land. Lila opened her eyes to find Ember watching her with a proud smile. "You have done well, Lila," he said. "You have shown that true magic lies not in power, but in understanding and harmony." With the realm restored, it was time for Lila to return home. Ember led her back to the mirror, its surface now a gentle ripple of colors. As she stepped through, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey and the friends she had made. Back in her grandmother's attic, Lila gazed at the mirror one last time, its surface now reflecting only her own smiling face. She knew that she carried the magic of the realm within her, a light that would guide her through life's adventures. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit brimming with wisdom, Lila descended the attic stairs, ready to embrace the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary of her world. As she slipped into bed that night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight outside her window lulled her into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with meadows of gold and friends she would always cherish. Story 18. In the quiet corners of the galaxy, where stardust floated like gentle flakes of snow and the light of distant suns glimmered softly, there existed a small, serene planet named Leora. On this tranquil world, the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming silver bells, and the gentle hum of crystal-clear streams sang a lullaby to all who listened. It was here that a young creature named Leora lived among the lush emerald meadows, her delicate wings shimmering in the sunlight like 1,000 tiny rainbows. Leora was a luminara, a species known for their gentle hearts and ability to communicate with the flora of their planet. Meanwhile, far across the stars on a planet called Xylox, where the landscape was a tapestry of towering metal spires and the air buzzed with the energy of technological wonders, lived a being named Corin. Corin was a Xylotian, a race of intelligent machines who viewed the universe through the lens of logic and calculation. His world was one of precision and order, where every action was measured and every outcome predicted. One fateful day, a rare cosmic event caused a rift in the fabric of space-time, pulling Leora and Corin from their respective worlds and casting them together onto a mysterious, uncharted planet. This world was unlike anything either had seen. It was a place where vibrant jungles met crystalline deserts, where the skies were painted with shifting hues of violet and gold. At first, Leora and Corin regarded each other with suspicion. Leora, with her heart attuned to the rhythms of nature, found Corin's mechanical form and calculated speech alien and unsettling. Likewise, Corin struggled to understand Leora's ethereal presence and her reliance on feelings and intuition. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Leora spoke in the language of emotion and imagery, describing the beauty of a songbird's melody or the way a petal danced in the wind. Corin responded with data and analysis, unable to grasp the abstract concepts she cherished. Yet, beneath their differences lay a shared curiosity, a spark of determination to bridge the gap between their worlds. Their first challenge arose when they discovered the planet's unpredictable weather. Violent storms would sweep across the landscape without warning, forcing them to seek shelter together in a cave adorned with luminescent fungi that cast a soothing glow. As the rain poured outside, Leora and Corin began to share their stories, their fears, and their hopes. Leora spoke of the peace of Yulara, of the joy she found in the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams. Corin, in turn, described the intricate beauty of Xylox's architecture, the harmony of its machines working in concert. As they listened to each other, they began to see beyond their differences, finding threads of commonality woven through their experiences. The storms passed, but new challenges awaited. The planet's ecosystem was in delicate balance, and they soon realized that their presence disrupted it. Plants began to wilt, and the creatures of the land grew restless. Understanding the need to restore harmony, Leora and Corin combined their strengths. Leora's empathy allowed her to communicate with the planet's life forms, while Corin's analytical mind devised solutions to stabilize the environment. In their efforts, they faced trials that tested their resolve. There were moments of frustration when Leora's emotions overwhelmed Corin's circuits, and times when Corin's logic seemed cold and unyielding to Leora's heart. Yet, through these challenges, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not in similarity, but in understanding and respect for their differences. As they worked side by side, they learned from each other. Corin began to appreciate the beauty of spontaneity, of moments unmeasured and unplanned. Leora, in turn, found solace in the clarity of thought, in the calm assurance that logic could bring. Together, they created a new symphony of harmony on the planet, a melody that resonated with life and joy. In the end, their shared journey transformed them. Leora's wings sparkled with newfound colors, reflecting the lessons she had learned, while Corin's circuits hummed with a warmth and empathy that had been absent before. They had become more than companions. They were kindred spirits, each enriched by the other's presence. When the time came for them to return to their respective worlds, the rift in space-time reopened, guided by their newfound understanding. As they prepared to part, Leora and Corin exchanged a promise, a vow to carry the essence of their friendship back to their people, to share the wisdom they had gained. And so, under the brilliant tapestry of the cosmos, they bade each other farewell, knowing that their bond would endure across the stars. Leora returned to Yulara, where she taught her fellow Luminaras the value of reason and structure. Corin journeyed back to Xylox, sharing the wonders of emotion and intuition with his fellow Xylotians. Though separated by the vastness of space, their friendship blossomed like the silver bells of Yulara, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring spirit of companionship. And in the gentle embrace of the universe, where stars whispered secrets of ages past, their story lived on, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship amidst the wonders of the cosmos. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling hills and golden wheat fields, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as a sunbeam, and a curiosity that was never quite satisfied. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara would wander through the village, her mind filled with dreams of far-off lands and hidden wonders. One breezy afternoon, while exploring the attic of her grandmother's cottage, Clara stumbled upon a dusty old teapot. Unlike any ordinary teapot, this one was adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons that seemed to dance under the soft glow of the afternoon light. Its spout was elegantly curved like the neck of a swan, and its handle was smooth, inviting Clara's touch. As she picked up the teapot, a delicate warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle hum resonate from within. Curious, Clara gently twisted the lid, and to her astonishment, a gentle golden mist began to swirl out, filling the attic with a sweet floral fragrance. From the mist emerged a tiny sprightly figure, no taller than a teacup, with wings shimmering like dewdrops at dawn. "Greetings, dear Clara," the figure chimed with a voice as melodious as a wind chime. "I am Lyra, the guardian of the Teapot of Whispers." Clara's eyes widened in wonder as she listened to Lyra explain that the teapot could reveal the secret wishes of the heart, but only to those who listened with love and patience. Eager to learn more, Clara embarked on a journey guided by Lyra. Her quest was to understand what her heart truly wished for. Her first stop was the village's bustling marketplace, where she met Oliver, the jovial baker. Oliver shared his secret desire to create a pastry so delightful that it would bring a smile to anyone who tasted it. Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with the warmth of his simple yet profound wish. Together, they concocted a recipe, adding a pinch of laughter and a dollop of kindness. The result was a pastry that melted in the mouth, leaving behind a trail of happiness. The village buzzed with joy, and Clara felt the first stirrings of her heart's whisper. Next, Clara visited the serene forest on the village's outskirts. Here she found Hazel, a gentle-hearted herbalist who longed to heal the earth and its creatures. Clara and Hazel spent days gathering herbs, carefully crafting potions that soothed the ailments of the forest's inhabitants. The trees seemed to dance in gratitude, their leaves rustling a symphony of thanks. As the sun set on their final day, Hazel turned to Clara, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Your heart, dear Clara, is like a garden. Tend to it with kindness, and it will bloom with the beauty of your dreams." Clara pondered Hazel's words as she continued her journey, her heart growing lighter with each step. Her final stop was the tranquil lakeshore, where she met Finn, a fisherman with a soul as deep as the waters he sailed upon. Finn confided in Clara his yearning to discover a hidden treasure, not of gold, but of stories that the lake had whispered through the ages. Together, they crafted a small boat and set sail under the moonlit sky. The lake glistened with starlight, and as they drifted silently, Finn shared tales of the old, tales of bravery and love, tales that had been passed down through generations. Clara listened, her heart absorbing the stories like a sponge, each one adding a layer of depth to its whispers. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the lake, Clara finally understood the wish within her heart. It was not a desire for riches or fame, but a simple wish to connect, to share, and to bring joy to others through the magic of stories and kindness. With her heart now clear and her spirit at peace, Clara returned to the village, carrying with her the gentle wisdom she had gathered. She thanked Lyra, who smiled knowingly, her wings shimmering in the early morning light. "Your journey has just begun, dear Clara," Lyra whispered. "For the heart's whispers are endless, and each day holds a new story." From that day on, Clara became the village's beloved storyteller, weaving tales that warmed the hearts of all who listened. Her stories, like the pastries she helped create, brought smiles and laughter, while her potions healed and soothed. And every night, as the stars twinkled above, Clara would sit by the teapot, listening to the soft whispers of her heart, knowing that in its simple desires lay the true magic of life. And so, in the cozy embrace of her village, with friends by her side and stories in her heart, Clara lived a life filled with wonder and joy, a testament to the power of listening to the whispers of one's heart. And as the night drew near, with the gentle sounds of a crackling fireplace nearby, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams as bright and comforting as the stories she loved to tell. Story 20. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where cobblestone paths wound their way through fields of nodding wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious mind and gentle spirit. She had a particular fondness for exploring the forests that surrounded her home, where the trees stood tall and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of gold and crimson, Lila awoke to find something peculiar. The village square, usually abuzz with the cheerful chatter of neighbors and the clatter of horse-drawn carts, was eerily silent. As she stepped outside, she noticed that the big old clock that hung in the center of the square had stopped. Its hands were frozen at the stroke of midnight. This was most unusual, as the clock had faithfully chimed the hour for as long as anyone could remember. Lila's curiosity was piqued, and she set her mind to uncovering the mystery of the silent clock. She gathered her satchel, slipped on her cozy woolen cloak, and set off to visit her dear friend Gideon, the wise old owl. Gideon lived in the heart of the Whispering Woods, in a grand oak tree that stood like a sentinel amidst the forest. As Lila approached, she could hear the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft coo of woodland doves. Gideon, with his wise eyes and feathers tipped with silver, greeted her with a warm hoot. "Ah, Lila," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my neck of the woods on this fine morning?" Lila explained the strange occurrence of the clock, and Gideon listened intently, nodding his head with sage understanding. "Time is a curious thing," he mused. "Sometimes it requires a gentle nudge to keep flowing." Gideon suggested they visit the enchanted lake, a tranquil place said to hold the secrets of time within its crystal-clear waters. Lila agreed, and together they set off through the forest, the early sun casting dappled light upon the ground. As they walked, they were joined by a mischievous sprite named Finn, who flitted about on iridescent wings, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in his wake. Finn was known for his quick wit and playful nature, and he loved nothing more than a good mystery. When they reached the enchanted lake, its surface glimmered like 1,000 diamonds, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony. Lila knelt by the water's edge and peered into its depths, hoping to catch a glimpse of the secrets it held. To her surprise, the water began to ripple and shimmer, and an image appeared. The village clock. It was surrounded by a swirling mist, and within the mist, Lila could see tiny figures frantically trying to wind the clock's mechanism. They were the timekeepers, small magical creatures responsible for the smooth passage of time. "The timekeepers are in trouble," gasped Lila, turning to Gideon and Finn. Gideon nodded sagely. "It seems they've been caught in a tangle of lost time. We must help them set things right." Finn, eager to assist, flitted over to the edge of the lake and called upon his sprite magic. With a wave of his tiny hands, he conjured a shimmering bridge that arched over the lake, leading them to the realm of the timekeepers. Together, they crossed the bridge, stepping into a world where time ticked with a rhythm all its own. The timekeepers, small and delicate, with wings like clock hands, were indeed tangled in threads of time that shimmered like spun glass. With gentle care, Lila, Gideon, and Finn worked together to untangle the threads. Lila's nimble fingers carefully unwound the delicate strands, while Gideon's wisdom guided them in finding the right sequence. Finn's magic added an extra touch, weaving the freed threads into a harmonious pattern. As the last thread was set free, the timekeepers fluttered their wings in gratitude, their eyes sparkling with relief. "Thank you," they chimed in unison, their voices like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We can now return to our duties and ensure time flows smoothly once more." With a wave of their hands, the timekeepers set the clock in motion, and a gentle chime echoed through the air, signaling the return of time to its rightful course. Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart, content in the knowledge that they had helped restore the village's rhythm. As they made their way back across the bridge, the enchanted lake shimmered with approval, and a sense of peace settled over the forest. Lila, Gideon, and Finn returned to the village square, where the clock now ticked steadily, its hands marking the passage of time. The villagers, unaware of the magical adventure that had unfolded, went about their day, grateful for the return of the familiar melody that marked the hours. Lila smiled, knowing that sometimes the most important tasks are the ones unseen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Lila wrapped her cloak around her and headed home. The village was once again alive with the sounds of laughter and life, and she felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that she was part of such a magical world. That night, as she lay in bed, the gentle ticking of the clock lulled her to sleep, a comforting reminder that time, like life, sometimes needs a helping hand to stay on course. And so the village, nestled in its cozy nook of the world, continued to thrive, its mysteries and magic hidden in the folds of time, waiting for the next curious heart to uncover them. Story 21. In a quaint village, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there was a young girl named Anya, known throughout the village for her endless curiosity and gentle spirit. Anya's home was a tiny cottage with a thatched roof and windows that gleamed with the morning sun, surrounded by a garden bursting with flowers that seemed to dance in the breeze. Every evening, As the sky turned a gentle shade of lavender, Anya would sit by her window, gazing at the forest with a gaze filled with wonder and longing. The forest was a place of mystery and enchantment. It was said to be home to creatures that shimmered in the moonlight and paths that twisted and turned in ways that defied logic. Villagers often spoke of the forest with hushed voices, sharing tales of its magic and the secrets it held. Anya's heart thumped with excitement at the thought of exploring its depths, but a hint of apprehension always lingered at the edges of her mind. One crisp autumn morning, with the leaves painting the world in hues of gold and crimson, Anya decided it was time to quell her curiosity. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of freshly baked bread, a flask of warm tea, and a soft blanket, setting out towards the whispering forest. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace as she stepped beyond the village boundaries. The forest welcomed her with a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor that danced with her every step. As Anya ventured deeper, the path beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life, leading her to a hidden glade bathed in dappled sunlight. It was here that she encountered her first whimsical friend. Perched upon a moss-covered rock was a tiny creature no larger than her hand, with wings that glistened like morning dew. Its eyes were bright and curious, mirroring Anya's own. "Welcome, traveler," it chirped in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Wisp, guardian of the glade. What brings you to our enchanted home?" Anya knelt to meet Wisp's gaze. "I seek to understand the wonders of this forest," she replied gently. "I've heard tales of its beauty and magic, and my heart yearned to see it for myself." Wisp fluttered its wings, creating a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. "Then you shall see," it declared with a twinkle in its eye. "Follow me, and let the forest reveal its secrets to you." Together, they wandered through meandering trails that wove between ancient trees. Anya's senses were alive with the sights and sounds of the forest. She marveled at streams that sang as they danced over stones, and at flowers that bloomed with colors more vibrant than any she had known. Along the way, they met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with a story to share and a lesson to impart. There was Lumen, a luminescent fox with fur that glowed softly in the shadows. Lumen taught Anya about the importance of finding light in the darkest of places. Then there was Pippin, a jovial squirrel whose laughter was infectious, reminding her that joy could be found even in the simplest of moments. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in strokes of pink and orange, Anya and her newfound friends gathered at the edge of a tranquil pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's colors and the faces of those who peered into its depths. Anya felt a warm sense of belonging, surrounded by friends who had welcomed her so openly. "Thank you for sharing your home with me," Anya said, her heart full of gratitude. "I've learned so much from each of you, and I feel braver and wiser for having ventured here." Wisp hovered beside her, its wings casting gentle ripples across the pond's surface. "You have brought us joy as well, Anya. Your courage and kindness have touched us all. Remember, the forest is always here, ready to share its wonder whenever you seek it." As the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Anya made her way back to her village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The forest had shared its magic with her, and in return she had found courage within herself she never knew existed. The tales she would tell would no longer be just stories, but memories of a journey that had woven her closer to the world around her. And so, as Anya lay in her cozy bed that night, with the moon casting a gentle glow through her window, she realized that the enchantment of the forest would forever be a part of her. A reminder that the unknown was not something to be feared, but embraced with an open heart and a curious mind. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far beyond the familiar twinkling stars, there thrived a myriad of worlds, each with its own peculiar beauty and harmony. Among these celestial spheres floated the lush, emerald world of Calypso, known for its sprawling forests that hummed with the gentle song of its flora and fauna, and the crystalline waters that mirrored its verdant skies. On one particularly tranquil day, a small spacecraft from the metallic, storm-laden planet of Vortex arrived on the edge of Calypso's atmosphere. Its pilot, a young and curious Vortexian named Zephy, had embarked on this journey to study the legendary flora of Calypso, believed to possess healing properties unknown to her world. Zephy was a creature of sleek, silvery scales that shimmered like liquid metal under Vortex's perpetual lightning skies. Her eyes, large and reflective, glowed with the soft luminescence of distant nebulae. She was fiercely intelligent and driven, yet often misunderstood by her peers, who found her fascination with other worlds peculiar and unnecessary. As Zephy descended into the lush canopy of Calypso, her craft hummed gently, blending with the natural symphony of the planet. She landed in a clearing, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. The air was rich with the scent of blooming flowers, a fragrance that seemed to sing of peace and promise. Unbeknownst to Zephy, she wasn't alone. Observing from the shadows was a native of Calypso, a gentle creature named Thalo. Thalo had an aura of tranquility about him, with skin like the bark of ancient trees and eyes as deep and serene as the forest depths. He had been tending to the grove when he noticed the strange vessel land, and his curiosity was piqued. Initially, Thalo was wary of the newcomer. Calypso had long been a sanctuary, untouched by the troubles of the greater galaxy. Yet, as he watched Zephy step out of her craft, peering around with wonder rather than conquest, he felt a stirring of compassion and a desire to understand her purpose. Their first meeting was awkward. Zephy, eager to begin her research, was startled by Thalo's sudden appearance from the foliage. She stumbled over her own introduction, her voice a series of musical chimes that seemed to hang in the air. Thalo, in turn, responded with a slow, melodic hum that resonated with the forest itself, a greeting in his native tongue. Despite their initial misunderstandings, the two soon realized they shared a common language in their love for nature and learning. Zephy explained her mission, her voice softening with sincerity as she described the plight of her storm-battered planet and her hope that Calypso's flora might hold the key to healing. Thalo listened intently, his heart touched by her earnest quest. He offered to guide her through the forest, showing her the sacred groves and teaching her the ways of Calypso's living tapestry. In return, Zephy shared stories of far-off stars and the wonders of the cosmos, painting pictures of distant worlds with her words. As they explored together, the misunderstandings of their first meeting faded like morning mist. They encountered challenges that tested their growing friendship, a sudden tempest that swept through the forest, uprooting ancient trees and drenching the land with torrential rain. In the chaos, Zephy's craft was damaged, leaving her stranded. It was during this storm that their bond truly deepened. Thalo, with his innate connection to the forest, helped Zephy find shelter beneath the roots of a colossal tree. There, huddled together, they shared stories of their worlds, their hopes, and their fears. Zephy, who had often felt isolated by her passions, found comfort in Thalo's steady presence, while Thalo discovered a new perspective through her eyes, seeing his own world with renewed wonder. When the storm passed, they worked side by side to repair Zephy's craft, their hands moving in harmony as they pieced together the broken components. It was a labor of love and friendship, each gesture a testament to their growing trust and understanding. As the final piece was fitted into place, Zephy looked at Thalo, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "I came here seeking knowledge," she said softly, "but I found something far more precious." Thalo nodded, his heart full. "And I have learned that even the deepest roots need the sky," he replied, his voice a gentle melody. When the time came for Zephy to depart, the forest gathered to see her off, the trees swaying gently as if bidding farewell. Thalo stood at the edge of the clearing, his hand raised in a gesture of friendship that transcended words. As Zephy's craft lifted into the sky, she looked back at the verdant world below, her heart forever marked by the kindness she had found there. She knew she would return, not just for the knowledge she had sought, but for the friendship that had taken root in her heart. In the vastness of the universe, where stars danced their eternal waltz, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond as enduring as the cosmos itself, and as gentle as the whispering leaves of Calypso. Story 23. The Silver Leaf of Luminara. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the rustle of leaves sang lullabies and the gentle hum of crickets accompanied the moon's nightly vigil, there lay a hidden world that danced between shadows and light. This enchanted forest, cloaked in mystery, was home to many secrets, but none was more cherished than the silver leaf of Luminara. Our story begins on a crisp autumn evening where the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a canopy of stars gently twinkling like scattered diamonds. Nestled within this magical realm was a quaint, cozy village called Willowbark, where cottages were adorned with mossy roofs and windows glowed with the warmth of hearth fires. In one such cottage, a young girl named Aria sat by the fireplace, her auburn hair catching the golden flickers of flame. Aria was known throughout Willowbark for her vibrant spirit and her unyielding curiosity about the world beyond the woods. She was the kind of girl who saw magic in the mundane, who could spend hours watching the way sunlight danced on the brook or how the wind whispered secrets through the trees. This particular evening, Aria's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest itself, sat across from her, knitting a shawl from threads of wool dyed in the colors of twilight. As the needles clicked rhythmically, she began to tell Aria the tale of the silver leaf, an ancient magical object said to possess the power to grant its bearer the wisdom to see things clearly, beyond what their eyes could perceive. It's said, her grandmother's voice was as soft as the sigh of a breeze, that the leaf is hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods, guarded by the elder oak. Only those with pure intentions and a heart full of courage can find it. Aria's eyes sparkled with wonder and determination. "I would love to see it, grandmother," she said, her voice tinged with the eager thrill of adventure. "Remember, dear one," her grandmother cautioned gently, "the journey is as important as the destination. It is on the path that we learn the most about ourselves." That night, as Aria lay in bed, the story of the silver leaf danced through her dreams, beckoning her to embark on a journey that promised transformation. When the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aria set out on her quest, her heart alight with excitement. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to come alive. The trees towered like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and dappled sunlight, and the air was filled with the song of birds greeting the morning. Aria walked for hours, guided by the map her grandmother had drawn from memory. Along the way, she met a small squirrel with fur as red as the autumn leaves. His name was Russell, and he was known as the forest's most mischievous trickster. But when he learned of Aria's quest, his eyes twinkled with mischief and determination. "I'll help you find the elder oak," Russell offered, his voice a soft chitter, "but only if you promise to share the wisdom of the silver leaf with all creatures of the forest." Aria agreed without hesitation, for she knew that wisdom was a gift meant to be shared. Together they journeyed deeper into the woods, crossing babbling brooks and climbing over moss-covered stones. Along the way, they encountered a wise old owl named Orin, who perched upon a branch, his feathers as white as winter snow. "To find the elder oak," Orin hooted softly, "you must first solve the riddle of the forest. What is it that always runs but never walks, often murmurs but never talks?" Aria pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, with a smile, she answered, "A river." Orin nodded approvingly. "Very good, young one. Follow the river's song, and it will lead you to the heart of the forest." With Russell scampering beside her, Aria followed the gentle murmur of the river as it wound its way through the forest. The journey was not without its challenges. They crossed paths with a playful breeze that tried to lead them astray, and encountered a patch of mischievous brambles that tugged at their clothes as if wanting to keep them from their quest. Despite these obstacles, Aria remained undaunted, her spirit buoyed by the beauty of the forest and the companionship of her new friends. As they walked, Russell shared tales of the woods, of hidden glades where fairies danced, and of moonlit nights when the forest came alive with magic. Finally, as the sun began its descent, casting the forest in hues of amber and gold, they arrived at a clearing where the elder oak stood, its trunk as wide as a cottage and its branches reaching toward the heavens. It was a tree of ancient majesty, its bark etched with the stories of centuries. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, lay the silver leaf of Luminara. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if capturing the light of every star that ever graced the night sky. Arya approached with reverence, her heart filled with the wonder of the moment. As she reached for the leaf, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a voice, soft and wise, echoed in her mind. "Dear child," it whispered, "what wisdom do you seek?" Arya closed her eyes, reflecting on her journey, on the friends she had made, and the wonders she had witnessed. "I seek the wisdom to see the world not just with my eyes, but with my heart," she replied softly. The silver leaf pulsed with light, and suddenly Arya felt a profound clarity wash over her. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the way a single leaf could ripple through the tapestry of life, the way kindness and friendship could light the darkest paths. With tears of joy in her eyes, Arya turned to Russell and Orin. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "This journey has shown me that true wisdom lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself and the bonds we form along the way." As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Arya and her companions made their way back to Willowbark. Along the way, they shared the wisdom of the silver leaf with every creature they met, spreading a gentle ripple of understanding and kindness throughout the forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Arya returned home, her heart forever changed by the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that the lessons she had learned would guide her through life's many adventures, and that the friendships she had forged would be cherished for a lifetime. In the warmth of her cottage, beside the crackling fire, Arya's grandmother welcomed her back with open arms. As they sat together, Arya shared the tale of her journey, her voice filled with wonder and joy. The night deepened, and as Arya drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of the forest, of the silver leaf, and of the endless possibilities that awaited her in the world beyond the woods. And in her dreams, she knew that she carried with her the greatest gift of all, the wisdom to see the world with a heart open to magic and wonder. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the tale of the silver leaf and the wisdom it imparts. May your dreams be filled with adventures of your own, and may you awaken with the knowledge that kindness, courage, and friendship are the true treasures of this world. Story 24. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees grew tall enough to brush the sky and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden world, known only to those who dared to wander far from the beaten path. Here, amidst the rustling leaves and the gentle gurgle of a nearby brook, was a place where magic still lingered in the air, like the faintest echo of a forgotten song. One clear, crisp morning, as the first light of dawn crept over the treetops, a young boy named Finn set out on a journey that would change him in ways he could not yet imagine. His feet padded softly over the carpet of fallen leaves, and his eyes gleamed with the curiosity of 1,000 adventures yet to come. Finn had always been drawn to the forest, to its secrets and its stories, whispered softly by the wind through the branches. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn. Leaves of gold and crimson danced in the breeze, their hues vivid against the clear blue sky. The crispness of the air filled Finn's lungs with a sense of exhilaration, and he felt as though he were walking through a painting, each step a brushstroke upon the canvas of the earth. As he ventured deeper, the world around him seemed to grow quieter, the sounds of the outside world fading into a gentle hum. Finn's journey was not one of mere exploration. It was a search, driven by the tales his grandmother had woven by the fireside. She spoke of a magical object hidden deep within the woods, a leaf that whispered secrets to those who listened with their hearts. This leaf, it was said, held the power to reveal truths and unlock the hidden potential within those who found it. Finn's heart had been captured by the story, and the yearning to discover the leaf's secrets had led him here, to the heart of the forest. As Finn walked, his senses were alive with the symphony of nature, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a bird, and the soft rustle of the wind through the branches. The forest was a living being, breathing around him, and Finn felt a deep connection to it, as though he were a part of this wild and wondrous world. After what felt like hours, Finn came upon a clearing bathed in the golden light of the morning sun. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark was silver, shimmering in the light, and its leaves were a vibrant green, untouched by the autumn's touch. The tree exuded an aura of tranquility, and Finn felt an inexplicable pull toward it. As he approached, Finn noticed a single leaf that seemed to glow with an inner light. It was larger than the others, its veins etched in gold, and it hung from the lowest branch, as if waiting for him. With a gentle hand, Finn reached up and plucked the leaf from its branch. The moment his fingers brushed the leaf's surface, a soft, melodic whisper filled the air, as if the leaf itself were speaking to him. The whispering leaf spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a language that Finn understood on a deeper level. It showed him visions of the forest, of the creatures that called it home, and the delicate balance that sustained their world. It revealed to him the interconnectedness of all things, the way each leaf and stone and creature was a part of a greater whole. As the leaf's whispers enveloped him, Finn felt a warmth spreading through his chest, a lightness that lifted his spirit. He understood now that the journey he had embarked upon was not just a search for a magical object, but a path to understanding himself and the world around him. The leaf had unlocked something within him, a sense of belonging and purpose that he had never known before. With newfound clarity, Finn turned to leave the clearing, the whispering leaf still clutched gently in his hand. He knew that his journey was far from over, that there were still many mysteries to uncover and lessons to learn. But he also knew that he was no longer alone in his quest. The forest was his friend, its secrets and stories a guiding light on his path. As he made his way back through the forest, Finn noticed things he had never seen before. The delicate patterns of sunlight filtering through the leaves, the way the wind seemed to sing as it danced through the branches, and the small creatures that scurried through the underbrush, each one a vital part of the forest's tapestry. The world around him was alive with magic, and Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude for being a part of it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Finn emerged from the forest, the whispering leaf tucked safely in his pocket. He felt changed, as though he had shed an old skin and emerged anew, filled with a sense of wonder and possibility. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the leaf's whispers still echoed softly in his mind, a lullaby of the forest's embrace. He closed his eyes, the warmth and peace of the day's journey wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. And as he drifted into sleep, he knew that the forest's magic would always be a part of him, guiding him on whatever adventures lay ahead. The whispering leaf had shown Finn the beauty of the world and the power of friendship with nature. It had taught him that sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones we take within ourselves, and that true magic lies not in the finding of treasure, but in the discovery of the heart. And so, with the forest song in his heart, Finn slept, his dreams filled with the wonders of the world he had come to love. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a village nestled beneath rolling emerald hills and silver-tipped mountains, there was a young dreamer named Marin. Marin had eyes the color of twilight and hair that danced in the wind like autumn leaves. She was known in her village for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as a sunbeam. Marin often wandered through the wildflower meadows and the whispering woods surrounding her home, her imagination painting the world in vivid hues. One crisp morning, as the dew glistened like tiny jewels on the blades of grass, she discovered a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow, winding trail lined with shimmering silvery ferns that seemed to glow under the gentle caress of the sun. Intrigued, Marin took a deep breath, her heart fluttering with excitement as she stepped onto the path. The forest around her was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the cheerful song of unseen birds. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the earthy undertone of moss. As Marin ventured deeper, the path led her to a clearing bathed in a soft, golden light. At its center stood a magnificent tree with a trunk as wide as a cottage door, its bark etched with swirls and patterns that seemed to dance when she looked at them closely. The tree's branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its leaves were a tapestry of colors, as though autumn and spring had woven them together. Sitting beneath the tree was a creature unlike any Maren had ever seen. It was a gentle beast, with the body of a rabbit and the shimmering wings of a butterfly. Its fur was a soft lavender, and its eyes sparkled like the stars that dotted the night sky. The creature tilted its head, observing Maren with a curious, friendly gaze. "Hello," Maren greeted softly, her voice barely more than a whisper in the tranquil air. The creature fluttered its wings, creating a symphony of soft, tinkling sounds like the chiming of distant bells. It nodded in response, its presence filling Maren with a sense of calm and wonder. "Would you like some company?" Maren asked, settling herself on the soft grass beside the tree. The creature seemed to smile, its whiskers twitching with delight. Maren and the gentle beast spent the afternoon sharing stories, the creature weaving tales of the forest's hidden wonders, and Maren recounting the joys and dreams of her village life. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Maren realized it was time to return home. She stood, brushing the grass from her skirt, and looked at the creature with gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this day with me," she said, her heart full of warmth and a newfound courage to explore the world around her. The creature nodded once more, its wings fluttering in farewell. As Maren turned to leave, she felt a gentle nudge against her palm. The creature had placed a small, luminescent stone in her hand, a token of their newfound friendship and a reminder of the magic that lay beyond the familiar. With the glowing stone tucked safely in her pocket, Maren made her way back along the path, the evening air cool and fragrant with the promise of night. Above her, the first stars began to twinkle, guiding her steps like tiny lanterns in the sky. When Maren finally returned to her village, the comforting glow of the hearth lights flickered through the windows, welcoming her home. She smiled, knowing that while her journey into the unknown had come to an end, her heart would always hold the courage to venture forth again. And so Maren drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with shimmering ferns and friendly creatures, and the quiet assurance that with courage and an open heart, every day could hold a new adventure. And from that day on, whenever Maren looked at the luminescent stone, she was reminded of the wondrous world waiting just beyond her doorstep, ready to be explored with a spirit as bright and curious as her own. The end. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, nestled a quaint little village known as Elderglow. Elderglow was a place of wonder and warmth, where the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that flickered like stars fallen from the sky. The air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the faint, comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the village bakery. The villagers were a merry bunch, always ready with a smile or a story, but recently a curious mystery had woven itself into the fabric of their tranquil lives. Every morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, the villagers would awake to find that the colors of the flowers in the village square had changed overnight. The roses, which were a deep scarlet one day, would turn into a vivid blue by the next morning. The daisies, usually a cheerful yellow, would surprise the villagers with a soft lavender hue. While this peculiar phenomenon was more delightful than disturbing, it left everyone scratching their heads in wonder. The villagers, though amused, were puzzled. They couldn't help but wonder who or what was behind this nightly enchantment. In the heart of Elderglow lived a wise and gentle healer named Malus, known for her kindness and her wisdom that seemed as deep as the roots of the ancient oak tree that stood by her cottage. Malus had a heart as warm as the sun's first rays, and eyes that sparkled with the knowledge of many seasons. When the mystery of the changing flowers began, the villagers naturally turned to her for guidance. Malus listened to the tales with a thoughtful expression, her fingers gently tracing the patterns on the wooden table where she sat. "Ah, my dear friends," she said in her soothing melodic voice, "it seems we have a bit of magic at play here. But fret not, for magic is not always mischief. Sometimes it is simply a nudge from the world reminding us of its wonders." Among the villagers was a young lad named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Finn had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and his heart was full of the eagerness of discovery. He approached Malus one evening, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the village in hues of amber and rose. "Malus," Finn began, his eyes wide with excitement, "I wish to help unravel this mystery. May I accompany you in finding the source of this magic?" Malus smiled, her face lighting up like the glow of the lanterns outside. "Of course, dear Finn. 2 pairs of eyes see more than one, and your keen mind might just be what we need." With the stars as their guide and the whisper of the trees as their companion, Malus and Finn set out to explore the village as night draped its gentle cloak over Elderglow. The air was cool, carrying with it the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. As they strolled through the village square, Malus paused to admire the flowers, their colors muted in the moonlight yet still enchanting. "Perhaps," she mused aloud, "the answer lies not with the flowers themselves, but with what visits them." Finn, inspired by her words, knelt down to observe the petals more closely. "Malus, look!" he exclaimed, pointing to a delicate shimmer that danced along the edges of a rose. It was a faint, silvery glow that seemed to pulse with life. "That's it," Malus said softly, her voice tinged with awe. "This is the touch of moon moths, magical creatures known for their love of colors and light." Intrigued by this discovery, Finn and Malus decided to follow the trail of the moon moths. They wandered towards the edge of the village, where the forest began, its shadows deep and mysterious. There, in a small clearing bathed in moonlight, they found what they were searching for. A group of moon moths, their wings shimmering like liquid silver, fluttered around an old willow tree. The moths moved with a grace that seemed to echo the rhythm of the night itself. Malus and Finn watched in silent wonder as the moths gently landed on the flowers around the clearing, their touch leaving trails of sparkling dust that transformed the petals into vibrant hues. "It seems our little friends are artists," Malus whispered with a smile. "They bring their magic to the flowers, painting them anew each night." Finn's eyes shone with delight. "But why do they do it, Malus?" "Perhaps," she replied thoughtfully, "they wish to remind us that change can be beautiful, and that every day holds a new surprise if we take the time to look." With the mystery solved, Malus and Finn returned to the village, their hearts light with the joy of discovery. The villagers were thrilled to learn about the moon moths and their enchanting nighttime artistry. They embraced the magic, cherishing the ever-changing beauty of their village square. And so, Elderglow continued to thrive, its nights filled with the soft glow of moon moths weaving their tapestries of color. The villagers learned to greet each day with anticipation, eager to see what new wonders awaited them in the morning light. As for Malus and Finn, they remained close friends, often sharing stories and adventures under the stars. The mystery of the changing flowers had not only brought them closer, but had also taught them to appreciate the magic in everyday life. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the lesson of the moon moths, that each day is a canvas, waiting for the gentle touch of magic to transform it into something extraordinary. May your dreams be filled with colors as vibrant as the flowers in Elderglow, and may you awaken with the same sense of wonder that guides the hearts of those who dwell in the whispering woods. Story 27. In a secluded valley where mist clung to the treetops, there stood a quaint village surrounded by a vibrant, enchanted forest. The cottages were thatched with fragrant wildflowers, and the winding paths were lined with luminous toadstools that glowed like lanterns in the evening twilight. One crisp autumn night, young Willow was preparing for bed when she heard a peculiar sound outside her window, a soft tinkling, like delicate chimes carried on the breeze. Puzzled, she peeked through the curtains, but saw nothing out of the ordinary in her garden. The next morning, Willow's mother noticed that several prized pumpkins from their patch had mysteriously disappeared, leaving only hollowed-out shells behind. Over the following days, more strange occurrences began to unfold throughout the village. The baker's supply of walnuts vanished from the pantry, only their shells remaining. The woodcutter's stack of freshly chopped logs was scattered about in a curious pattern, and the miller's grain stores seemed to have been raided, with trails of flower tracing intricate lines across the floor. The puzzled villagers began whispering of mischievous sprites or restless forest spirits at play. But Willow had a sneaking suspicion that there was a more tangible explanation for these bizarre events. One moonlit evening, Willow set out into the forest with only a warm cloak and a satchel of nuts and berries, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. As she wandered beneath the canopy of rustling leaves, she startled a flurry of moths that scattered in kaleidoscopic patterns before disappearing into the shadows. Willow's path eventually led her to the hollow trunk of an ancient oak, where she discovered a warm, flickering light and the faint sound of gentle humming. Peering inside, she was astonished to find a whiskered snout poking out from a cozy nest of leaves and twigs. "Why, you must be a burrow mouse!" Willow exclaimed in delight. The tiny creature blinked its bright eyes and gave a timid squeak of acknowledgement. It was one of the rare and magical beings of the forest, known for their incredible crafting abilities and insatiable curiosity. Willow sat down cross-legged, offering the burrow mouse a handful of treats from her satchel. "I think you might be the one behind all the strange happenings in our village lately," she said with a warm smile. The mouse chirruped and ducked bashfully back into its nest, emerging a moment later with what appeared to be a miniature knitted scarf. It presented the scarf to Willow with a proud squeak. "Did you make this?" Willow gasped in wonder, gently running her fingers along the intricate stitches and patterns. "From the things you collected in the village?" The burrow mouse nodded enthusiastically, its whiskers twitching with delight. Willow realized that this ingenious little creature had simply been gathering materials to fuel its creative endeavors, repurposing the villagers' possessions into remarkable works of art and handicrafts. Her eyes grew wide with admiration as the mouse showcased an array of woven baskets, delicate wood carvings, and even a tiny stained glass window, all fashioned from the seemingly random objects it had acquired. "You're so incredibly talented," Willow marveled. "But you can't just take things without asking, you know. That's not quite right." The burrow mouse drooped its ears and looked suitably chastened. With a warm chuckle, Willow proposed a solution. "How about we make a trade? You can have all the natural materials you need from the forest, twigs, leaves, pine cones, feathers, anything you like. And in return, you can share your beautiful creations with us in the village. We'll even set up a special market stall just for your wares." The mouse's eyes shone with delight, and it scampered about in an excited circle, already envisioning the masterpieces it could craft. And so it was that the forest's secret artisan became a celebrated part of the village community. Willow's clever solution brought an end to the mysterious occurrences, while also allowing the burrow mouse's extraordinary talents to flourish. On quiet evenings, if one listened closely amidst the rustling of leaves, one could hear the contented humming of the little mouse at work, weaving magic into every stitch and carving of its creations. Story 28. Title: The Whispering Glade. In the heart of a tranquil forest, where the trees stood tall and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and moss, lay a hidden glade known only to a few. This was no ordinary glade. It was said to be a place where the world's magic was woven into the fabric of nature itself. The leaves there shimmered with an emerald glow, and the gentle babbling brook sang a melody of ancient secrets. One day, as the first blush of dawn kissed the treetops, a young girl named Mara set out on a journey that would lead her to this mysterious glade. Mara was known for her curiosity and kindness, traits that often led her on adventures through the forest paths. Her hair was a cascade of chestnut waves, and her eyes sparkled with the wonder of all the stories she had read and dreamed about. On this particular morning, Mara felt a pull in her heart, a whisper that seemed to call her name from somewhere deep within the forest. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool spring water, and with a determined but gentle spirit, she followed the winding trails that wound through the towering oaks and whispering willows. As she walked, the sounds of the forest enveloped her, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a cuckoo, and the soft tapping of woodpeckers. The sun streamed through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. Mara felt alive, her senses attuned to the beauty around her. She paused by a patch of violets, their purple petals vibrant against the green undergrowth, and bent down to inhale their sweet fragrance. It was then that she noticed something curious, a faint trail of silvery dust leading away into the depths of the forest. Intrigued, Mara followed the trail, her heart beating with excitement and wonder. The path led her to a part of the forest she had never ventured into before, where the trees grew denser and the air seemed to hum with an energy she couldn't quite place. She pushed aside a curtain of ivy, and there, before her eyes, lay the whispering glade. The glade was an enchanting sight. The grass was a lush carpet underfoot, and wildflowers of every hue bloomed in abundance. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward, adorned with leaves that seemed to whisper in the breeze. The brook that meandered through the glade sparkled in the sunlight, its waters clear and inviting. Mara stepped into the glade, feeling as though she had crossed a threshold into another world. The air was filled with a sense of peace and magic, and she could almost hear the whispers of the trees, telling tales of times long past. She approached the old oak, drawn to its majestic presence, and as she placed her hand upon its trunk, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers. To her amazement, a door appeared in the bark of the tree, intricately carved with symbols and patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Mara hesitated for a moment, but the door swung open silently, revealing a spiral staircase leading downward, illuminated by a soft, golden glow. With a heart full of curiosity and courage, Mara stepped inside. The staircase wound down into the heart of the tree, and as she descended, she felt as though she was being enveloped by the very essence of the forest. The walls were lined with roots and tendrils that pulsed with a gentle light, and the air was rich with the scent of cedar and ancient earth. At the bottom of the staircase, Mara emerged into a cavernous chamber, the ceiling arched like the canopy of a great forest. In the center of the chamber stood a pool of shimmering water, and suspended above it was a crystal orb, glowing with a soft luminescence. The orb seemed to pulse with life, casting ripples of light across the chamber walls. Mara approached the pool, captivated by the orb's beauty. As she gazed into its depths, images began to form, scenes of forests and fields, of creatures both familiar and strange, and of people from times long forgotten. It was as though the orb held the memories of the world, a tapestry of life woven with the threads of history. She reached out to touch the orb, her fingers grazing its surface, and in that moment she felt a surge of energy course through her. It was as if the magic of the glade had flowed into her very being, filling her with a sense of connection to the world around her. She understood then that this was the heart of the Whispering Glade, a place where the magic of nature was concentrated and alive. As she stood there, entranced by the orb, a soft voice spoke to her, echoing through the chamber like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Welcome, Mara. You have been chosen to be the guardian of the glade, to protect its secrets and to nurture its magic." Mara turned, expecting to see someone standing behind her, but the chamber was empty, save for the gentle glow of the orb and the soft murmur of the water. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a part of the very air she breathed. "Guardian?" Mara repeated, her voice a whisper of awe and wonder. "Yes," the voice replied, filled with warmth and kindness. "The glade has watched over the forest for centuries, and now it needs someone with a pure heart and a curious spirit to continue its legacy. You have the ability to hear the whispers of the world, to understand its needs, and to care for its wonders." Mara felt a sense of pride and responsibility well up within her. She knew that this was a calling, a purpose that resonated with her very soul. She nodded, accepting the mantle of guardian, and in that moment, the orb glowed brighter, as if acknowledging her promise. The voice spoke again, offering guidance. "Remember, Mara, the magic of the glade is a gift, but it must be used wisely. Listen to the world, learn from it, and share its beauty with others. Through friendship and understanding, you will find the strength to overcome any challenge." With those words, the chamber seemed to shimmer and fade, and Mara found herself standing once more in the glade, the sun casting warm rays upon her face. The door in the oak tree had vanished, but Mara knew that the connection to the heart of the forest was still there, a bond that would guide her in the days to come. Over the weeks that followed, Mara embraced her role as guardian. She visited the glade often, tending to the plants and listening to the whispers of the trees. She shared her knowledge with those who wandered into the forest, teaching them to appreciate its beauty and to treat it with respect and care. As she grew in her understanding, Mara discovered that the magic of the glade was not just a power to be wielded, but a source of wisdom and inspiration. She learned to see the world through new eyes, to recognize the interconnectedness of all living things, and to cherish the simple joys of life. Through her journey, Mara found friends in unexpected places, a family of deer who grazed near the brook, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, and a mischievous squirrel who often accompanied her on her walks. Together they formed a community bound by friendship and a love for the forest. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of gold and crimson, Mara sat by the brook, reflecting on all she had learned. The air was crisp and cool, and the leaves rustled softly in the breeze, whispering secrets of the season. As she looked around, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. The challenges she had faced, the lessons she had learned, and the friendships she had forged had transformed her in ways she had never imagined. In that moment, Mara understood the true magic of the glade. It was not just a place of wonder and enchantment, but a reminder of the power of kindness, curiosity, and connection. It was a testament to the beauty of the world and the endless possibilities that lay within it. With a heart full of peace and joy, Mara closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the glade lull her into a gentle slumber. As she drifted into dreams, she knew that the forest would always be a part of her, a source of inspiration and love that would guide her through life. And so, the whispering glade continued to thrive, its magic woven into the fabric of the forest, a sanctuary of beauty and wonder for all who sought its secrets. And Mara, the guardian, watched over it with a heart as steadfast and enduring as the ancient oak itself. Story 29. In the heart of a verdant valley, where the sun's rays kissed the earth with gentle warmth and a gentle brook sang a soothing lullaby, there lived a young woman named Mira. Mira's days in the village of Elderglen were filled with simple joys. She cared for her garden, tended to the sheep, and read stories to the village children under the wide branches of the ancient oak tree. But there was always a whisper in the wind that seemed to call to her soul, a soft murmur of secrets waiting to be discovered. Mira often felt a pull towards the hills that cradled her village, their mysterious, mist-clad peaks whispering promises of tales untold. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often spoke of the legacy of their ancestors, the keepers of the stars. Yet the stories seemed like distant echoes, as if wrapped in the gauzy folds of a dream. One autumn evening, as the golden hues of the sunset painted the sky, Mira's grandmother called her to the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting warm shadows that danced across the walls. "Mira," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the lull of the brook, "there is something you must see." From a carved wooden chest, her grandmother brought forth a delicate box, its surface etched with intricate patterns of stars and vines. As she opened it, the room was filled with a soft, shimmering light. Inside lay a pendant, a crescent moon cradling a sparkling star, its glow as gentle as the first light of dawn. "This," her grandmother continued, "is the Star of Elderglen, a symbol of our lineage. It has been passed down through generations, whispering the stories of our people to those who are willing to listen." Mira cradled the pendant in her hands, its warmth seeping into her skin, filling her with a sense of wonder and connection. That night, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, she made a promise to herself to uncover the stories of her ancestry and understand the legacy of the keepers of the stars. Guided by the light of the pendant, Mira embarked on a journey through the hills. The path was lined with ancient oaks and fragrant wildflowers that nodded their heads in the breeze. As she walked, the pendant seemed to hum softly, as if it knew the way. It led her to a hidden glen, where a circle of stones stood sentinel, whispering secrets of the earth. In the center of the circle, Mira found an old journal, its pages worn and yellowed with time. As she opened it, the scent of lavender and old parchment filled the air. The journal was filled with tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had walked the same paths, guided by the same stars. They spoke of a time when the keepers of the stars watched over the valley, using their knowledge to bring harmony to the land and its people. With each story, Mira felt her heart grow fuller, her connection to her heritage blossoming like the wildflowers around her. The tales spoke of kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the peace that comes from understanding one's place in the world. They taught her that true magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the gentle touch of a hand, the warmth of a smile, and the shared stories that bind us together. As she sat in the glen, the sun setting in a blaze of gold and pink, Mira felt a deep sense of belonging. She realized that she was part of an unbroken chain stretching back through time, and that her actions were but another link in that glorious chain. Returning to Elderglen, Mira carried the stories of her ancestors in her heart, sharing them with the villagers, who gathered eagerly beneath the ancient oak to listen. Through her tales, the legacy of the Keepers of the Stars came alive once more, their wisdom lighting the path forward, just as the stars had guided Mira on her journey. And so, in the heart of the valley, under a sky that glittered with 1,000 stars, Mira found her place. With the star of Elderglen around her neck, she felt the whispers of the past and the promise of the future, forever intertwined in a dance as timeless as the night sky itself. As she drifted to sleep each night, the stories of her ancestors wrapped around her like a warm blanket, whispering of love, wisdom, and the enduring power of belonging. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies and the moonlight danced on the leaves, there lay a quaint little village known as Willow. The village was nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, and it was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and pink across the sky, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers of Willowbrook noticed that their lanterns, which were usually filled with the soft glow of fireflies, had gone dim. The fireflies, it seemed, were not to be found. The villagers gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by the pale light of the moon. Murmurs of concern fluttered through the air like the rustling of leaves. Without the fireflies, the village felt unusually dark and a touch less magical. Among the villagers stood a curious young girl named Lila. She was known for her keen eyes and gentle heart, always eager to help anyone in need. Lila decided that she would solve the mystery of the missing fireflies. Her heart fluttered with both excitement and a hint of uncertainty, but she was determined to bring the light back to her beloved village. The next morning, Lila set out with a basket filled with warm bread and a flask of sweet lavender tea, just in case she needed a comforting snack on her journey. As she walked through the village, she noticed how the autumn leaves crunched softly underfoot and how the crisp air smelled of pine and distant rain. Her first stop was the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village, where the wise old owl, Horace, resided. Horace was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom, and he listened intently as Lila explained the strange disappearance. "Ah, young Lila," Horace hooted softly, his eyes glimmering like polished amber. "The fireflies are creatures of light and joy. If they have vanished, it may be that something has dimmed their spirit. You must seek the help of the spirits of the forest and look for the signs they leave." With Horace's words in her heart, Lila thanked him and ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the occasional call of a woodland creature. She walked along the mossy paths, her eyes scanning for anything unusual, any sign that might lead her to the missing fireflies. As she wandered, Lila came across a gentle stream that sparkled under the dappled sunlight. Sitting on a smooth stone by the water was a small, shimmering creature with gossamer wings, Flit, the fairy of the brook. "Hello, Lila," Flit chirped in a voice like tinkling bells. "I've seen you wandering with purpose. What brings you here?" Lila explained her quest, and Flit listened with a thoughtful expression. I have noticed, dear Lila, that the fireflies seemed restless before they disappeared. They gathered near the old willow tree at the northern edge of the woods, as if drawn to something. Thanking Flit, Lila continued her journey towards the old willow tree, her path illuminated by the gentle glow of the fairy's wings. The northern edge of the woods was a place where the air was thick with the scent of earth and ancient magic. As she approached the willow, its branches swayed gracefully, whispering secrets to the wind. Beneath the willow, Lila found something curious, a circle of delicate mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew. In the center of the circle lay a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a faint blue light. Kneeling down, Lila picked up the stone, feeling its warmth in her hand. As she did, a soft voice floated through the air, gentle as a breeze. "Thank you, kind child, for freeing me." Startled but intrigued, Lila looked around and saw a beautiful sprite emerge from the shadows. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her hair flowed like a river of silver. "I am Serene, guardian of the fireflies. An enchantment had trapped me, and without my presence, the fireflies could not find their way." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The fireflies had been drawn to the willow, sensing the trapped sprite's magic, but were unable to free her themselves. "How can I help you, Serene?" Lila asked earnestly. Serene smiled, a radiant warmth spreading from her. "You already have, dear Lila, by lifting the enchantment with your pure heart and determination. Now, let us call our firefly friends back home." Together, Serene and Lila whispered a gentle melody, a song of welcome and light. Slowly, the darkness around them began to twinkle as tiny lights flickered into existence. The fireflies returned, filling the air with their soft glow, dancing joyfully in the moonlit night. The village of Willowbrook was once again aglow with the luminous dance of the fireflies. The villagers gathered to celebrate, their hearts lightened by the return of their tiny, magical friends. Lila was hailed as a hero, though she humbly insisted that it was the wisdom of Horus, the guidance of Flit, and the courage of Serene that had truly saved the day. As the night grew deeper, and the fires in the hearths burned low, Lila sat beside her window, watching the fireflies twinkle like stars against the velvety sky. She felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had helped restore the magic to her village. From that day on, the fireflies never again vanished from Willowbrook, and Lila knew that the bond she had formed with the forest and its magical creatures would forever light her path. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft glow of fireflies and the whispers of the enchanted woods. Story 31. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming shop. This shop, with its weathered wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze, was known as Curiosity's Corner. It was a place where trinkets and treasures from forgotten times awaited discovery. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a young girl named Lily wandered into the shop. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity that the shop promised to fulfill. Lily was a kind soul, with hair like spun gold and a heart eager for adventure. She often spent her days exploring the village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. As she stepped inside, the shop's door chimed softly, and she was enveloped in a world of wonders. Shelves were lined with peculiar objects, an old compass that spun wildly, a feather that never seemed to touch the ground, and a clock that ticked backward. Each item seemed to hum with stories waiting to be told. Lily's attention was drawn to a small, dusty box tucked away in a corner. It was adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons, and as she reached out to touch it, the box seemed to warm under her fingers. With a gentle click, it opened to reveal a tiny, delicate teacup. The cup was painted with scenes of lush gardens and twinkling night skies, and the moment Lily held it, she felt a soft, calming energy spread through her. Intrigued, Lily decided to purchase the teacup, not knowing that this simple act would lead her on an unexpected journey. As she left the shop, the shopkeeper, an elderly man with twinkling eyes, nodded knowingly, as if he understood the magic that had just been set in motion. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lily brewed herself a cup of tea using her newfound treasure. The moment the warm liquid touched her lips, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the teacup was whispering secrets only she could hear. With each sip, the world around her seemed to shift. The walls of her cozy room faded away, replaced by a garden bathed in moonlight. Gigantic flowers with petals like silk swayed gently, and a soft breeze carried the scent of jasmine and lilacs. In this enchanted garden, time felt like a forgotten concept, and Lily felt a sense of peace she had never known. As she explored this magical place, she encountered a peculiar group of creatures. There was Whisker, a wise old hare who wore spectacles perched on his twitching nose, and Pippin, a tiny, cheerful bird with feathers that glimmered like sapphires. They greeted Lily warmly, as if they had been expecting her. "Welcome, dear one," Whisker said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "You hold the key to our world, and with it, the power to see beyond the ordinary." Pippin chirped in agreement, fluttering around Lily's head. "The garden has chosen you for a reason, Lily. It senses your kind heart and your thirst for knowledge." Lily listened, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She realized that this garden, with its enchanting beauty and gentle creatures, was a world created by the magic of her teacup. Here, she could explore the wonders of nature and learn the secrets it held. But the garden was not without its challenges. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, casting shadows over the vibrant landscape. Whisker explained that the garden was threatened by a creeping fog, which dulled the colors and silenced the songs of the birds. "The fog is born of doubt and fear," Whisker said, his eyes serious. "It can only be dispelled by those who see with their hearts, and not just their eyes." Determined to help her newfound friends, Lily embarked on a journey through the garden. Alongside Whisker and Pippin, she ventured into the heart of the fog, where the air was thick and heavy. The shadows seemed to whisper discouragement, but Lily held on to the warmth of the teacup's magic. As they traveled deeper, they encountered a wise old tortoise named Sage, who moved slowly but spoke with the wisdom of ages. Sage explained that the only way to defeat the fog was to find the Mirror of Clarity, a mystical object hidden in the garden's most secret places. "The mirror reflects the truth of one's heart," Sage said. "It will show you what you need to know, not just what you wish to see." With renewed purpose, the group continued their quest, guided by Lily's unwavering belief in herself and the friendship she had found. Along the way, they shared stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, they reached a secluded glade. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree, was the Mirror of Clarity. Its surface shimmered like a pool of liquid moonlight, inviting Lily to gaze upon it. As she looked into the mirror, Lily saw a reflection not just of herself, but of her heart's deepest desires and fears. She saw her love for adventure, her longing for belonging, and the shadows of doubt that sometimes clouded her thoughts. But most importantly, she saw her capacity for love and kindness, and the strength that lay within. With this newfound understanding, she whispered words of encouragement to herself, dispelling the fog of doubt that had threatened the garden. As the fog lifted, the garden bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the joyful songs of birds. Lily's heart soared with happiness, knowing she had helped restore the magic of this enchanted place. With the garden safe once more, Whisker and Pippin thanked Lily for her courage and wisdom. "You have not only saved the garden, but you have also discovered the magic within yourself," Whisker said, his eyes twinkling with pride. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lily knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her friends, promising to visit the garden again. When she awoke in her own bed, the teacup resting gently in her hands, Lily felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the magic of the garden would always be with her, a reminder that the extraordinary often lies just beneath the surface of the ordinary. And so, with a heart full of love and a soul enriched by the wonders she had discovered, Lily drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of the enchanted garden and the warmth of friendship. And as the stars twinkled above, the world slept peacefully, knowing that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Story 32. In the heart of a village nestled between the whispering woods and rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Finn. His hair was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled like the stars that adorned the night sky. Finn was known throughout the village for his insatiable curiosity and gentle spirit, always eager to learn and explore the wonders of the world around him. One crisp morning, as the dew clung to the grass and the sun began its ascent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn set off on a small adventure. He wandered through the familiar paths of the woods, his feet crunching softly over fallen leaves, when he stumbled upon something rather peculiar, a small, intricately carved box, half buried in the earth. The box was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance and shimmer when touched by the sun's rays. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation as he carefully unearthed the box and opened it. Inside lay a delicate, silver whistle, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. Curiosity piqued, Finn lifted the whistle to his lips and blew gently. The sound that emerged was not what he expected. Instead of a sharp, piercing note, the whistle sang with a melody so sweet and soft, it felt like a lullaby carried on the breeze. As the music filled the air, the world around him seemed to change. The leaves rustled in harmony, the brook nearby gurgled a little more cheerfully, and even the birds paused their song to listen. With a heart full of wonder, Finn realized that this was no ordinary whistle. It was a magical artifact capable of communicating with the world around him. Filled with awe, he tucked the whistle safely in his pocket and hurried back to the village, eager to share his discovery with his dear friend, Leela. Lila was a wise, kind-hearted girl with a penchant for stories and a talent for solving puzzles. Her laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and her eyes, a deep shade of hazel, held a spark of adventure that matched Finn's own. When Finn recounted his encounter with the magical whistle, Lila's eyes widened with delight. "This is extraordinary, Finn," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. "Imagine the possibilities. We must learn more about it." Together, they decided to visit the oldest and wisest member of their village, an elder named Tamsin. Her cottage sat at the edge of the woods, surrounded by a garden filled with fragrant herbs and colorful flowers. Tamsin was known for her vast knowledge of the natural world and the secrets it held. As they approached her door, the gentle aroma of lavender and chamomile greeted them, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Tamsin welcomed them with a smile, her eyes twinkling behind spectacles that perched precariously on her nose. She listened intently as Finn and Lila shared their tale, her fingers tapping thoughtfully on the armrest of her chair. "This whistle you have found is indeed special," Tamsin said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is said that such instruments were crafted by the ancient forest dwellers, beings who understood the language of nature better than anyone. The whistle allows its bearer to communicate with the world around them, but it is a gift that must be used with care and respect." Finn and Lila nodded, absorbing Tamsin's words with a sense of reverence. They realized that this discovery was not merely a toy or a tool, but a responsibility. With Tamsin's guidance, they began to understand the deeper connection between themselves and the world they lived in. As days turned into weeks, Finn and Lila embarked on a journey of learning and exploration. They ventured deeper into the forest, the whistle ever present in Finn's pocket, listening to the stories the trees had to tell and the songs of the streams. Their bond with nature grew stronger, and with it their understanding of the delicate balance that surrounded them. One day, as they wandered through a part of the forest they had never explored, they encountered a challenge that tested everything they had learned. A great oak tree, ancient and wise, stood at the heart of a glade, its branches heavy with leaves that whispered secrets of the past. Yet the tree was in distress, its roots tangled and suffocating under the weight of fallen branches and debris. Finn and Lila knew they had to help, but how? They pondered the problem, considering the wisdom they had gathered. It was Lila who first spoke, her voice thoughtful and calm. "Perhaps we can use the whistle to ask the forest for guidance," she suggested. "Maybe there is a way to help the tree without causing harm." Finn nodded in agreement, and with a breath of resolve, he lifted the whistle to his lips. The melody that flowed from it was gentle and soothing, a call for assistance that resonated through the glade. To their astonishment, the forest responded. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying leaves and twigs away, while the roots of nearby plants shifted to untangle and support the great oak. With the forest's help, Finn and Lila worked tirelessly, clearing debris and ensuring the oak could breathe freely once more. As they stepped back to admire their work, the oak seemed to stand a little taller, its leaves rustling in gratitude. In that moment, Finn and Lila understood the true power of the whistle. It was not merely a magical item, but a bridge between worlds, a reminder of the harmony that could be achieved when humans lived in tune with nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of purple and gold, Finn and Lila made their way back to the village. Their hearts were full, not only with the joy of their accomplishment, but with a deeper understanding of their place in the world. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the whistle resting on his bedside table, he thought of all the wonders he had seen and the lessons he had learned. The world was a magical place, filled with stories waiting to be told and secrets waiting to be discovered. And as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that with wisdom and friendship, any challenge could be overcome. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and let the gentle embrace of slumber take you, remember the tale of Finn and the magical whistle. For in every corner of the world, there are wonders waiting to be found, and with an open heart and a curious mind, you too can uncover the extraordinary secrets of the ordinary world. Sleep well and dream of magical journeys yet to come. Story 33. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a curious young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and her heart was a wellspring of wonder. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, she would sit by her window and dream of the adventures that lay beyond the familiar borders of her home. One particularly dreamy dusk, the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and a soft, inviting breeze. Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to explore the forest that had always seemed like a world apart. With a cloak of courage wrapped around her shoulders, she set off into the twilight, guided by the silvery light of the rising moon. The forest was a tapestry of shadows and soft whispers, each tree standing like a guardian of ancient secrets. As Leora wandered deeper, the air grew sweeter, and the ground beneath her feet was cushioned by a carpet of moss that seemed to hum with life. Tiny, glowing fireflies danced around her, casting a warm, flickering glow that turned the path into a magical river of light. As she walked, Leora's senses were filled with the symphony of the forest. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft babbling of a hidden brook created a melody that was both soothing and exhilarating. Her heart beat in time with the natural rhythm, and for the first time she felt truly in tune with the world around her. Before long, Leora stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. The tree's bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its leaves were like tiny mirrors reflecting the night sky. It was the most enchanting sight Leora had ever beheld. As she approached the tree, she noticed a collection of small, whimsical creatures gathered at its base. They were unlike anything she had ever seen. Tiny beings with gossamer wings and intricate patterns on their skin that shimmered like a kaleidoscope. They flitted about, their laughter a tinkling melody that made Leora's heart swell with joy. "Welcome, brave traveler," chirped one of the creatures, its voice as light as a feather. "We are the Luminolites, guardians of the moonlit glade. We have watched your journey with great interest." Leora smiled, her curiosity piqued. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied softly. "I've never seen a place like this before. It's as if the forest itself is alive with magic." The Luminolites giggled, their wings fluttering in delight. "The forest has always been alive," they said. "It is only those who dare to venture into its heart that truly see its wonders." Encouraged by their warmth, Leora shared her dreams of adventure and her longing to discover the mysteries of the world. The Luminolites listened intently, their eyes sparkling with understanding. "Your courage has brought you here," they said in unison, their voices blending like a gentle breeze, "and it will guide you on your path. Remember, true exploration is not about finding new places, but about discovering new ways of seeing. Leora pondered their words, feeling a newfound sense of clarity. As she sat beneath the magnificent tree, the luminolights began to dance in a circle, their movements creating a soft glow that illuminated the clearing. The light twinkled like 1,000 stars, wrapping Leora in a cocoon of peace and wonder. As the night wore on, Leora realized it was time to return home. She thanked the luminolights for their kindness and promised to carry the magic of the forest with her always. With a heart full of gratitude, she retraced her steps through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. When Leora emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn was painting the sky in soft pastels. The village lay quiet and serene, a gentle reminder of the comforts of home. As she climbed back into her room, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging that was deeper than she'd ever known. From that day forward, Leora carried the lessons of the forest in her heart. She learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to journey into the unknown. And she understood that the world was filled with magic, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the surface. As she drifted off to sleep that morning, Leora knew that the forest would always be there, a place of infinite wonder and endless possibilities, ready to welcome her back whenever she wished to wander beneath its enchanted canopy once more. And with this comforting thought, she slipped into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the soft glow of the luminolights and the gentle rustle of the forest. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves never lost their emerald hue and the air was always tinted with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lay a little village named Willowbrook. Tucked away from the bustling world, Willowbrook was a place where magic flowed as freely as the babbling brooks that crisscrossed through the land. Here, the sun seemed to linger a little longer, casting its golden rays upon the cobblestone paths that wound through the village like gentle streams of honey. The villagers of Willowbrook were a merry lot, known for their warmth and hearty laughter that resonated through the trees like a melodious symphony. But lately, a peculiar series of events had begun to unfurl, leaving the villagers scratching their heads in bewilderment. Each morning, they awoke to find their tools scattered about, their gardens subtly rearranged, and curious symbols etched into the dew-kissed grass. It was on one such morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of blush and amber, that young Luca, a bright-eyed boy with a heart as big as the sky, decided to unravel the mystery. Luca lived with his grandmother, a kind and wise old woman who often spoke of the magic that cradled their village like a protective cocoon. Perhaps the forest itself is trying to tell us something, his grandmother mused, her eyes twinkling like the stars. There are whispers in the woods that only those with open hearts can hear. With this gentle nudge, Luca set out on his adventure. He donned his trusty green cloak, worn and soft from many adventures, and set his sights on the enchanted glade, a secret clearing in the heart of the whispering woods where magic was said to be strongest. The path to the glade was a winding ribbon of earth, flanked by towering trees whose branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms. As Luca walked, he felt the cool, soft earth beneath his feet, and the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves, whispering secrets of old. Upon reaching the glade, Luca was greeted by a sight that took his breath away. The clearing was bathed in a gentle, shimmering light, as if the very air was aglow with magic. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift in the sunlight. As Luca approached, he noticed something curious: small footprints, no larger than a squirrel's, crisscrossing the glade. Kneeling down, he traced the patterns with his fingers, his mind racing with possibilities. Just then, a soft rustling caught his attention. From behind one of the stones emerged a creature unlike any Luca had ever seen. It was a whisperling, a small, gentle creature with fur as white as morning mist and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 stories. The whisperling tilted its head, observing Luca with a curious gaze. "Hello," Luca greeted softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking any louder might shatter the delicate peace of the glade. The whisperling nodded, stepping forward with a grace that belied its small stature. You seek answers, it spoke, its voice a gentle melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. Luca nodded eagerly, explaining the strange happenings in the village and his quest to solve the mystery. The whisperling listened intently, its eyes never leaving Luca's face. The forest speaks in symbols and signs, it said at last. To understand, one must listen with more than ears and see with more than eyes. With the whisperling's guidance, Luca began to understand the language of the forest. The symbols in the grass were not random. They were messages, woven into the very fabric of the earth by the forest itself. They spoke of balance and harmony, of nature's gentle reminders to the villagers to live in tune with the world around them. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and rose, Luca thanked the whisperling for its wisdom and made his way back to the village, his heart alight with understanding. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Luca gathered the villagers in the square beneath the sheltering boughs of the ancient oak. He shared what he had learned, his words weaving a tapestry of wonder and insight that captivated all who listened. The forest is our friend and guide, Luca concluded, his voice filled with the warmth of newfound wisdom. We must listen to its whispers and cherish the bond we share with it. From that day forward, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the language of the forest, living in harmony with the magic that surrounded them. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection that enveloped the village like a comforting embrace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods and the gentle light of the stars, Willowbrook thrived, a testament to the power of understanding, friendship, and the quiet magic that fills the world. Story 35. The Whispering Woods, a Tale of Friendship and Magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, It was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the whispering woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, Her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Leora, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 37. The Whispering Forest and the Lantern of Light. On the outskirts of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and endless fields of wildflowers, lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of its mysteries in hushed tones, passing down tales of enchanted creatures and hidden realms cloaked in emerald shadows. It was said that the forest held secrets older than time itself, guarded by the gentle whispers of the leaves that danced in the wind. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Marin, with hair the color of chestnuts and a spirit as bright as the morning sun. Marin was known for her kindness and curiosity, often spending her days exploring the meadows or helping the elders with their daily tasks. She had a heart full of dreams and a mind full of questions, always eager to learn more about the world beyond the village's borders. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Marin sat by the fireplace in her snug little cottage. The air was filled with the comforting scent of burning wood and the gentle crackle of flames. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with eyes that sparkled like stars, settled into her rocking chair and began to speak. Long ago, she started, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. There was a magical object hidden deep within the Whispering Woods. It was known as the Lantern of Light, a source of pure, radiant energy capable of illuminating even the darkest of paths. But it could only be found by those pure of heart who sought it not for power, but for the good it could bring. Marin listened intently, her imagination painting pictures of shimmering lanterns and enchanted woods. Her grandmother continued, describing how the lantern was protected by the forest's guardians, ethereal beings who communicated through the whispers of the trees. Many have ventured into the forest seeking the lantern, her grandmother said, but few have returned. The forest tests those who enter, revealing their true selves through trials of courage and kindness. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced on the walls, Marin felt a spark ignite within her. She longed to find the lantern of light, not for herself, but to bring its warmth and hope to the village, which had faced a harsh winter the previous year. The thought of helping her neighbors filled her heart with determination. The next morning, as the soft light of dawn kissed the earth, Marin prepared for her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a woolen cloak to guard against the forest's chill. With a deep breath and a heart full of hope, she set off towards the whispering woods, the path ahead bathed in golden sunlight. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its towering trees swaying gently in the breeze. As she ventured deeper, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the distant babble of a brook. The forest was alive, each tree and stone seemingly aware of her presence. As Marin walked, she felt a subtle shift in the air, as if the forest was speaking to her in a language only her heart could understand. She followed the winding path, her senses heightened and her mind alert. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the scent of pine and earth filled her lungs. Hours passed, and the forest grew denser, the shadows lengthening as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Just as Marin began to wonder if she was on the right path, she stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in light. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its branches reaching towards the heavens like ancient arms. As she approached, she noticed something unusual, a small, shimmering object nestled among the roots. Her heart quickened with anticipation. Could it be the lantern of light? She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the object. But just as she was about to grasp it, a voice, gentle yet firm, echoed through the clearing. "Not yet, dear child," it said, as if carried by the wind itself. "To find the lantern, you must first prove your heart's true intent." Startled, Marin looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the forest itself, a guardian unseen yet ever present. She nodded, understanding that her journey was far from over. With renewed resolve, she rose to her feet, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. As she continued deeper into the forest, the path became more challenging. The underbrush thickened, and the trees loomed closer, their branches like outstretched arms. Yet Marin pressed on, her spirit undaunted by the obstacles before her. Her first test came in the form of a small, frightened creature, a rabbit caught in a hunter's snare. Its eyes were wide with fear, and its tiny body trembled with each desperate struggle. Marin's heart ached with empathy, and without a second thought, she knelt down to free the rabbit, her fingers deftly working to loosen the cruel trap. "Go on, little one," she whispered softly as the rabbit scampered away, its freedom restored. As she watched it disappear into the undergrowth, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest, a silent acknowledgement of her act of kindness. The forest seemed to respond in kind, the leaves rustling in approval. Marin continued on, her steps lighter, and her heart buoyed by the knowledge that she was on the right path. The next challenge was more daunting. As she climbed a steep hill, the ground beneath her feet gave way, sending her tumbling down a rocky slope. She landed with a thud, her ankle twisted and pain shooting through her leg. For a moment she lay still, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but Marin was not one to give up easily. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up, using a fallen branch as a makeshift crutch. The journey would be slower now, each step a test of endurance and will. As she limped along the path, she heard the sound of laughter, a joyous, infectious sound that seemed to fill the air. Curious, Marin followed the sound, which led her to a hidden glade. There she found a group of woodland creatures, squirrels, rabbits, and birds, gathered in a circle, playing and dancing in the dappled sunlight. At the center of the circle was a young deer, its coat a rich, tawny brown, and its eyes bright with mischief. It pranced and twirled, its hooves barely touching the ground. As Marin watched, the deer suddenly stopped, its gaze meeting hers with a knowing look. "Join us," it seemed to say, its eyes filled with warmth and invitation. Despite her pain, Marin couldn't resist. She hobbled into the circle, her laughter joining that of the creatures around her. For a while, the forest was filled with the sound of joy, a melody that echoed through the trees. Maren felt the pain in her ankle ease, as if the forest itself was healing her, rewarding her for her courage and perseverance. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the forest, Maren knew it was time to continue her journey. The creatures bade her farewell, their eyes shining with gratitude and friendship. Maren smiled, her heart full of the warmth and camaraderie she had found in the most unexpected of places. With renewed strength, she pressed on, the path now leading her to a narrow, winding river. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the colors of the setting sun in a breathtaking display of oranges and purples. There, on the riverbank, stood an old, gnarled willow tree, its branches dipping into the water like graceful fingers. Beneath the tree sat a figure cloaked in shadows, its features obscured by the twilight. "Welcome, traveler," the figure said, its voice as soft as the whispering breeze. "You have shown kindness, courage, and joy. But to find the lantern of light, you must prove one final thing." Maren listened intently, her heart open and willing. The figure continued, "You must demonstrate wisdom, the ability to see beyond yourself and understand the world around you." As the figure spoke, the river began to rise, its waters swirling and churning with a sudden, powerful force. Maren watched in alarm as the river threatened to overflow its banks, endangering the forest and all its inhabitants. Without hesitation, Maren sprang into action, her mind racing as she searched for a solution. She remembered the stories her grandmother had told her about the river's natural flow and how it could be guided by the landscape. Using her knowledge and intuition, Maren gathered stones and branches, creating a makeshift barrier to redirect the water. She worked tirelessly, her fingers raw and her muscles aching, until at last the river began to calm, its waters flowing smoothly once more. Exhausted but triumphant, Maren sank to the ground, her heart filled with gratitude and relief. The figure beneath the willow tree nodded approvingly, its features now illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. "You have proven yourself worthy," it said, its voice with warmth and pride. "The lantern of light awaits you." As the figure spoke, the willow tree's branches parted, revealing a hidden alcove. There, nestled among the roots, was the lantern of light, a beautiful, ethereal object that shimmered with a soft, golden glow. Maren approached the lantern, her heart full of awe and reverence. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool, smooth surface. As she did, the lantern flared to life, its light enveloping her in a warm, comforting embrace. The forest seemed to come alive with joy, the trees swaying and the leaves whispering in celebration. The figure beneath the willow tree smiled, its eyes filled with a deep, abiding wisdom. "Go, child," it said softly. "Take the lantern and bring its light to those who need it most." With the lantern cradled in her arms, Maren made her way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by its gentle glow. The journey was easier now, her heart light and her spirit lifted by the knowledge of all she had accomplished. As she emerged from the forest, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The villagers, drawn by the lantern's glow, gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and hope. Maren held the lantern high, its light casting a warm, golden glow over the village. In that moment, she knew that the lantern of light was not just a source of illumination, but a symbol of all that she had learned and achieved, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, joy, and wisdom. The villagers cheered, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration for the young girl who had braved the whispering woods and returned with the light of hope. Maren smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment, knowing that she had fulfilled her purpose. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its golden rays over the village, Maren felt a deep sense of peace and happiness. She had found not just the lantern of light, but also a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. And so, with the lantern's light guiding them, the villagers faced the coming seasons with renewed hope and strength, their hearts aglow with the warmth of friendship and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 38. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine. As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. as dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches. Casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Story 40. In the heart of a quaint village, cradled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there lay a small, unassuming cottage. Its walls, woven from the stones of the land, were draped in the tendrils of ivy, and its roof was thatched with golden straw that glinted in the sun. Here lived a gentle soul named Avery, whose heart was as vast as the sky and as warm as the hearth that lit her cozy home. Avery was known in the village not just for her kindness, but for a peculiar gift bestowed upon her by the forest itself, a delicate pendant shaped like a teardrop, sparkling with an opalescent glow that shifted with the colors of the dawn. It was said that this pendant held the whispers of the wind, the secrets of the trees, and the songs of the brook, all of which Avery could hear if she listened closely enough. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled with the first hints of amber and gold, Avery set out on a journey into the depths of the forest. Her heart was stirred by the gentle urging of the pendant, which shimmered softly against the morning light, calling her deeper into the woods. She wrapped herself in a cloak of deep green, its wool soft against her skin, and stepped into the embrace of the trees. The forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, was alive with the symphony of nature. The air was rich with the scent of earth and moss, and the sound of leaves crunching underfoot was a gentle rhythm that guided Avery along the path. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving through the canopy like threads of gold. As she walked, Avery felt a sense of calm enveloping her, as if the forest itself was a dear friend welcoming her into its arms. The pendant around her neck pulsed with a soft warmth, as if encouraging her to trust the path she was on. After what felt like hours, Avery reached a clearing where the sun streamed down like liquid gold, illuminating a small, sparkling pond at its center. She sat by its edge, dipping her fingers into the cool, clear water, and as she did, she saw a reflection beside her own, a creature of such gentle beauty that it took her breath away. It was a deer, its coat a lustrous silver, its eyes deep pools of wisdom. Around its neck hung a garland of wildflowers, vibrant and fresh, as if woven by the very hands of the forest. The deer regarded Avery with a serene gaze, and she felt a connection as strong and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. "Hello," Avery whispered, her voice barely a breath on the wind. The deer nodded, as if understanding her greeting, and stepped closer, its hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Avery reached out, and to her amazement, the deer nuzzled her hand with a tenderness that spoke of trust and friendship. The pendant at her neck glowed brighter, resonating with the deer's presence. From that day on, Avery and the deer, whom she named Luna, became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the forest, the secret groves where wildflowers danced in the breeze, the ancient stones covered in soft, velvety moss, and the streams that sang their way through the woodland like silver threads. As the days turned into weeks, Avery found herself changing. Her senses sharpened, her understanding of the world deepened, and her heart expanded with a love for the forest and its inhabitants that was as boundless as the sky above. The pendant, too, seemed to grow more radiant with each passing day, a beacon of the bond she shared with Luna and the land. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of dusk, Avery and Luna found themselves at the edge of the forest, where the trees gave way to a vast meadow. Here, the stars began to emerge, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloak. It was here that Luna stopped, her ears pricking forward, her gaze fixed on something beyond the meadow. Avery followed her friend's gaze and saw, in the distance, a faint glow, an ethereal light that pulsed with a rhythm all its own. Drawn by the mystery of the light, Avery and Luna walked across the meadow, the grass whispering secrets beneath their feet. As they neared the source, they found themselves at the entrance to a hidden glen, its entrance veiled by cascading vines and delicate ferns. Inside, the glen was bathed in moonlight, and at its center stood a tree unlike any Avery had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and ancient, its bark a tapestry of silver and gold. From its branches hung luminous orbs, each one casting a gentle glow that filled the glen with a soft, otherworldly light. Avery felt the pendant hum against her chest, resonating with the magic of the place. She stepped forward, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. Luna followed, her presence a comforting warmth by Avery's side. As they neared the tree, Avery noticed a small, intricately carved box resting at its base. The box seemed to pulse with the same light as the orbs above, and Avery felt an inexplicable urge to open it. With gentle hands, she lifted the lid and found inside a piece of parchment, its edges worn with age. Unfurling the parchment, Avery read the words inscribed upon it, each one imbued with a magic that spoke directly to her heart. To those who find this place, a gift of sight and wisdom awaits. Trust in the bond you share with the world, for it will guide you through the shadows and into the light. As she read, Avery felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of understanding that flowed like a river through her soul. She looked at Luna, who gazed back with eyes filled with gentle wisdom, and knew that their journey had only just begun. From that night on, Avery and Luna continued to explore the wonders of the world, each discovery bringing them closer together and deepening their bond with the land. The pendant, now a beacon of their shared adventures, shone with a light that guided them through every challenge and illuminated even the darkest of paths. Through their journey, Avery learned that true magic lies not in objects or places, but in the connections we forge with those around us, the friendships that endure, the love that transcends boundaries, and the wisdom that comes from embracing the world with an open heart. As the seasons turned, the village came to know Avery's story, and her courage and kindness inspired others to seek their own paths through the forest, forging bonds with the world and each other that would last a lifetime. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle gaze of the moon, Avery and Luna continued their journey, their hearts forever intertwined, their spirits forever free, and their story a timeless song carried on the winds of the forest. Story 41. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a forest that whispered secrets through the rustling leaves, there lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the simple joys of the countryside, climbing apple trees, splashing in the brook, and chasing after his shadow on sunny afternoons. Yet, beneath his carefree demeanor, Finn harbored a yearning for something more, something extraordinary. The village itself was a tapestry of charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers. The air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the villagers greeted each other with warm smiles. Yet, despite its idyllic appearance, tales of a hidden world within the forest were whispered among the villagers, passed down through generations. Some spoke of shimmering lakes that reflected the moon in ways no ordinary water could, while others mentioned creatures of light that danced in the shadows of the trees. Finn's grandmother, a wise old woman with a head full of silver curls and eyes that twinkled like stars, often told him stories of this hidden world. She spoke of a magical compass, an ancient artifact said to reveal the entrance to the forest's secret realm. It was this compass that sparked Finn's imagination and set his heart alight with dreams of discovery. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the forest. His feet crunched over a carpet of crimson and gold as he ventured deeper than he ever had before. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky, and the forest floor was dappled with sunlight that danced through the canopy above. It was here, in this serene setting, that Finn stumbled upon something unusual. Half buried beneath a mound of moss and twigs lay a small, ornate box. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. As Finn lifted the box, he felt a warmth emanate from it, comforting and inviting. With a gentle click, the lid opened to reveal a compass unlike any he had ever seen. Its needles spun with a soft glow, pointing not north but towards the heart of the forest. Excitement thrummed through Finn's veins as he realized what he had found. Clutching the compass, he set off in the direction it guided him, his heart pounding with anticipation. The path grew narrower, the trees more densely packed, and the sounds of the village faded into a gentle hush. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Finn ventured further into its depths. As he walked, he marveled at the wonders around him. Delicate ferns unfurled like emerald lace, and mushrooms of every color imaginable dotted the landscape like tiny umbrellas. The air was alive with the trills and chirps of unseen creatures, and every so often a breeze carried the distant sound of a waterfall. Finn felt as though he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, and a sense of belonging washed over him. The compass led Finn to a clearing where the sunlight spilled like liquid gold onto a vast, shimmering lake. The water was so clear that he could see the smooth stones lining the bottom, glinting like jewels. Across the lake, a bridge woven from branches and vines arched gracefully, leading to a dense thicket that seemed to pulse with an ethereal glow. Finn hesitated for a moment, his curiosity battling with a sliver of doubt, but the compass pulsed warmly in his hand, urging him onward. Taking a deep breath, he crossed the bridge, each step a gentle creak of wood and rustle of leaves. As he reached the other side, he felt a tingling sensation, as though he had passed through an invisible curtain into a world that thrummed with magic. The forest on this side was different, more vibrant and alive. The trees shimmered with hues of silver and gold, and the air was filled with a symphony of melodic chimes. Finn's eyes widened in wonder as tiny, luminous creatures flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. They were the light dancers his grandmother had described, their delicate wings a blur of color as they wove intricate patterns in the air. Finn walked on, his senses heightened by the enchantment of this hidden world. He passed beneath arches of flowering vines that released a sweet, intoxicating fragrance, and he felt the soft caress of petals as they brushed against his skin. Here time seemed to flow differently, each moment stretching into an eternity of blissful tranquility. At the heart of this magical forest stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to house a small cottage. Its bark was a tapestry of swirling patterns, and its branches reached skyward, cradling the heavens in an embrace of green and gold. As Finn approached, he noticed a hollow at the base of the tree, where a gentle light flickered invitingly. Curiosity guiding his steps, Finn peered into the hollow and gasped in awe. Inside was a chamber filled with treasures beyond his wildest dreams. Crystals that caught the light and scattered rainbows across the walls, books with covers as soft as velvet, and pages that whispered secrets as they turned. But what caught Finn's eye was a small, carved figurine of a boy, much like himself, holding a compass. As he reached out to touch it, Finn heard a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, young traveler," it said, warm and gentle like the sun's embrace. He turned to see an old man with eyes as deep as the ocean and a beard that flowed like a river of silver. The man wore robes of emerald green that seemed to shimmer with the light of 1,000 stars. Finn felt no fear, only a comforting sense of familiarity, as if he were meeting an old friend. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of the forest," the man replied, his voice a soothing melody. "And you, young Finn, have been chosen by the compass to discover the secrets of our world." Finn's heart swelled with pride and wonder. "But why me?" he asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. The keeper smiled, a gentle crinkle forming at the corners of his eyes. "Because you possess the heart of an adventurer, the courage to seek the unknown, and the kindness to cherish what you find. The compass has guided you here for a reason." Finn pondered the keeper's words, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. He realized that the journey he had embarked upon was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. He had left behind the familiar comforts of his village to embrace the wonders of the unknown, and in doing so, he had found a part of himself he never knew existed. "Will you stay and learn the ways of our world?" the keeper asked, extending a hand to Finn. Finn hesitated, his thoughts flickering back to his village, his family, and the life he had always known. But as he looked around at the magical realm that surrounded him, he felt an inexplicable pull, a calling to become part of something greater. With a determined nod, Finn took the keeper's hand, feeling the warmth of friendship and the promise of adventure. As they stood together beneath the ancient tree, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the leaves whispering secrets of a future yet to unfold. And so Finn's story began anew, not as a boy chasing shadows, but as a guardian of the forest, a bridge between two worlds. He spent his days exploring the hidden wonders of the magical realm, learning from the keeper and the creatures that called the forest home. He discovered new paths that twisted through the trees, leading to glades where the air shimmered with enchantment, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors. Through his adventures, Finn learned the art of listening to the forest's whispers, understanding the language of the leaves and the songs of the wind. He became a master of the compass, its glowing needle forever pointing him towards new discoveries. And as he explored, he left behind trails of kindness and friendship, his heart growing ever larger with each new bond he forged. The villagers, though they missed Finn's lively presence, spoke of him with reverence and pride. His grandmother, wise and knowing, often gazed towards the forest with a smile, her heart filled with the certainty that Finn was exactly where he was meant to be. As the seasons turned and years passed, Finn grew into a young man, his spirit as vibrant and untamed as the forest itself. He became a legend among the villagers, a tale of a boy who followed his heart into the unknown and found a world of endless wonder. And though he lived in the hidden realm, he was never truly apart from the village. For every so often, when the moon was high and the air was thick with magic, a figure could be seen at the edge of the forest, watching over the village with eyes that sparkled like stars. Finn's journey, though begun in solitude, was one of connection and growth, a reminder that sometimes the greatest adventures are those that lead us back to ourselves. And in the quiet moments, when the forest lay still and the stars painted the sky with their brilliance, Finn would sit beneath the ancient tree, the compass warm in his hand, and know that he was home. As the years continued their gentle march, Finn's legend grew, woven into the very fabric of the village's lore. Children sat wide-eyed around the hearth, listening to tales of the boy who had braved the enchanted forest and found a world beyond imagination. They dreamed of following in his footsteps, inspired by his courage and the promise of adventure that lay just beyond the trees. Finn, now a guardian in his own right, watched over the hidden realm with a vigilant heart. He became a steward of the forest's wonders, ensuring that its magic remained a secret known only to those with the wisdom to seek it. He guided lost travelers who stumbled upon the forest's edge, helping them find their way home with stories of kindness and gentle nudges from the compass. Though he lived among the enchantments of the hidden world, Finn never forgot his roots. He often thought of his family, his grandmother's stories, and the village that had shaped him into the person he had become. On nights when the stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, he would send out a silent wish, hoping his loved ones knew he was safe and happy. One evening, as the first hints of dawn painted the horizon with soft hues of pink and gold, Finn found himself standing at the edge of the forest, gazing towards the village. The air was still and cool, the scent of pine mingling with the promise of a new day. It was in this peaceful moment that he heard a familiar voice, carried on the breeze like a cherished melody. "Finn, my dear boy," the voice said, filled with warmth and love. It was his grandmother, her spirit as vibrant as ever. Though she had passed from the village, her presence lingered, a gentle reminder of the unbreakable bond between them. Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Grandmother," he whispered, knowing she could hear him, "I've found a world of wonder, just like you said I would." Her laughter, soft and melodious, filled the air. "I always knew you would, my brave adventurer. You've made me proud." Tears of joy filled Finn's eyes, and he blinked them away, feeling the warmth of her love surround him. Though she was no longer with him in body, her spirit lived on, a guiding light in the darkness. With renewed resolve, Finn turned back to the forest, the compass glowing warmly in his hand. He knew there were still many adventures to be had, mysteries to unravel, and friendships to forge. But in his heart, he carried the knowledge that he was never truly alone, for love and memories transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays across the landscape, Finn stepped forward, his spirit soaring with the promise of a new day. The forest welcomed him with open arms, a symphony of life and magic that would forever be his home. And so, the tale of Finn, the boy who followed his heart into the unseen world, became a story of hope and wonder, a testament to the power of dreams and the magic that lies within. His journey was one of transformation, friendship, and discovery, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with a simple step into the unknown. Story 42. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 43. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willow, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willow, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning. her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willow Brook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 58. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 67. Story 68. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willow, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, But Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Leora, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Leora quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Leora was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Leora for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Leora by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Leora standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Leora with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Leora perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Leora. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Leora fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Leora, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Leora by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the Grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the Grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the Grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young girl named Anwen. The village was a place where time seemed to stand still, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of lavender and cottages that wore ivy like a cozy shawl. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees served as a constant lullaby. Anwen was a curious soul with eyes like pools of warm amber, always reflecting the wonder she found in the world around her. She lived with her grandmother, Ira, in a small cottage that stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began its symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. Ira was a storyteller, her tales as vibrant and colorful as the quilts she sewed during the quiet evenings. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwen sat by the flickering fireplace, listening to her grandmother recount stories of their ancestors. Era spoke of a time when the people of their lineage were known as the Keepers of the Light, protectors of an ancient legacy that had been passed down through generations. Once, Era began, her voice soft as the firelight danced in her eyes, our ancestors were entrusted with a sacred artifact, a luminous stone that held the power of unity and wisdom. It was said that the stone glowed when the people of the village were united in purpose and love. Anwen's heart swelled with a desire to learn more about this mysterious stone. What happened to it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might chase the story away. Ira sighed, a sound like the wind through autumn leaves. Many years ago, during a time of discord, the stone's light faded and it was lost. Some say it still lies hidden within the forest, waiting for someone with a pure heart to find it and restore its glow. That night, as Anwen lay in her bed, the story lingered in her mind like a sweet melody. She decided that she would venture into the forest to seek the lost stone, feeling a strange pull towards this piece of her heritage. The following morning, a gentle mist wrapped the village in a silvery embrace. Anwen set out at dawn, her grandmother's stories guiding her steps as she entered the forest. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crispness a soft rustle beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Anwen felt a sense of belonging she had never known. The trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the brook bubbled with laughter, as if welcoming her into their ancient fold. Her heart beat in time with the forest, and she knew she was not alone. After hours of searching, Anwen came upon a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, their gnarled branches forming a protective circle. In the center of the clearing lay a small mound of stones, covered in moss and wildflowers. Something shimmered faintly beneath the earth, catching the light as she approached. With gentle hands, she uncovered the stones, revealing a luminous rock that seemed to pulse with a gentle inner glow. The stone was warm to the touch, and as she held it, Anwen felt a wave of peace wash over her. It was as if the stone sang a song only her heart could hear, a song of unity, love, and the strength that comes from togetherness. Returning to the village, Anwen felt a newfound connection to her home and her people. The stone's glow brightened with each step, and by the time she reached her grandmother's cottage, it shone with a light that seemed to come from the stars themselves. Era met her at the door, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "You found it," she whispered, embracing Anwen tightly. "You've restored the light, my dear." Word spread quickly through the village, and soon everyone gathered around the stone, their hearts lightened by its gentle radiance. The people celebrated not just the return of the artifact, but the unity it represented. Under the starlit sky, they shared stories and laughter, their voices weaving a tapestry of love and kinship. As the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, Anwen lay in her bed once more, the stone resting on her bedside table, its glow a comforting beacon in the night. She realized that the true magic of the stone lay not just in its light, but in the way it had brought her closer to her roots, her community, and the legacy of wisdom and love that coursed through her veins. And so, In the heart of the village, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the stone continued to glow, a symbol of the enduring power of unity, the wisdom of the past illuminating the path to a brighter future. With a contented sigh, Anwen closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the story, the glow of the stone, and the love of her people lull her into a restful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 89. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 94. Story 95. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willow, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies. Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel. With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites, "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look," he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home. Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek? The star, Lyra explained, is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way. Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star. With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home. As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Feronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, As they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald valley cradled by misty mountains, there was a quaint village where time seemed to pause and embrace the gentle rhythm of nature. The village was woven from the threads of tradition and whispers of the past, and among its cobblestone paths and flower-laden meadows lived a young girl named Mara. Mara had always felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the breeze itself carried secrets meant only for her. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart open to the enchantments of the world around her. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mara's grandmother, the village elder, called her to the warmth of their cottage. Inside, the air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and chamomile, a calming embrace that seemed to hold stories of its own. The fireplace crackled softly, casting a golden glow upon the walls lined with old wooden shelves. There, among the countless volumes and relics of days long past, was a peculiar chest, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars. "Mara, my dear," her grandmother began with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "it is time you learn of our true heritage, a legacy that flows within your veins like the rivers that carve our beloved valley." Intrigued, Mara drew closer as her grandmother unlatched the chest, revealing an ancient tapestry folded with care. The fabric was rich and heavy, its deep indigo hues woven with threads of silver and gold that twinkled like starlight. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the tapestry of the ancients. It is a living map of our family's journey, a keeper of our stories, and a guide for those who seek to understand." Mara gently traced her fingers over the tapestry, feeling the warmth of its history seep into her skin. Her grandmother continued, "Long ago, our ancestors were known as the guardians of the veil, protectors of the harmony between our world and the realms unseen. They were entrusted with the Orb of Echoes, a magical artifact that resonates with the whispers of the past." With eyes wide, Mara listened as her grandmother spoke of the orb, a crystal sphere said to hold the wisdom of generations, its light a beacon for those lost in the shadows of uncertainty. To find the orb and truly understand your heritage, her grandmother said, you must follow the path woven into this tapestry. It will guide you through the heart of our land, where the mountains meet the sky. Filled with a sense of purpose and wonder, Mara set out the very next morning, the tapestry carefully folded in her satchel. The valley was alive with the dawn chorus of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony orchestrated by the hands of nature itself. As Mara ventured deeper into the valley, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. Streams danced over pebbles, their laughter a melody that harmonized with the rustling branches of ancient trees. Following the tapestry's map, Mara arrived at the foot of the great oak, a towering sentinel that had watched over the valley for centuries. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and nestled within its roots was an entrance to a hidden cavern, aglow with a soft, ethereal light. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and filled with the delicate fragrance of moss and earth. The walls shimmered with veins of quartz, casting rainbows that danced with each flicker of light. At the heart of the cavern, resting upon a pedestal of stone, was the Orb of Echoes. Mara approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the gentle hum that filled the air. As she reached out and cradled the orb in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and the cavern was filled with the soft murmur of voices, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The voices spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the beauty of embracing one's roots. They whispered tales of Mara's ancestors, their triumphs and their wisdom, and as she listened, Mara felt the threads of her own story weaving into the tapestry of her lineage. With the orb in her possession, Mara returned to the village, where the warmth of home awaited her. The villagers gathered to hear of her journey, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fireplace, eyes sparkling with pride and joy. As Mara shared the lessons she had learned, a profound sense of belonging settled within her heart. She understood now that her heritage was not just a series of events from the past, but a living legacy of love, wisdom, and strength that would guide her and those who came after. And so, under the starlit sky, surrounded by the embrace of family and friends, Mara knew she had found her place in the world. The valley held its secrets, and she, like the guardians before her, would cherish and protect them for generations to come. With the Orb of Echoes resting safely by her side and the tapestry's stories forever etched in her heart, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the magic of her ancestors and the promise of a bright tomorrow. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season. Indeed, added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear. Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting, she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth, crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Niamh was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Niamh sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niamh set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Niamh, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Niamh nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niamh, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niamh, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niamh and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niamh stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niamh heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niamh, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niamh opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niamh, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niamh turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the Sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life, and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow. With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, She realized that change was not something to be fought against, but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, There was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Leora, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Leora's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Leora recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Leora's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Ferovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Ferovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Core's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Core found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Core, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Core found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Core, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Core shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Core the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Core revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Core realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Core stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Core in a soft glow, and Core's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Core's friendship. Core journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons. As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. Long ago, Bramble continued, the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary. Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. But Bramble, piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle. What happens if the balance is disturbed? Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Balance is delicate, dear Thistle, he explained, but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze, and a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self.